I skipped the song by accident. I'm going back. I need to listen to I need to listen to Giorgio by Moroder. We need to listen to this. Hello, how is everybody doing? Hi everybody. So this was a fun little unscheduled stream that we've got because I posted a video today and it is doing much better than expected. I'm kind of surprised that it's doing as well as it is because I finished it last night because I was like, oh, you know what? A lot of people have been asking me, how do you gear these new units? What do you do about them? So I figured instead of like responding to every individual comment, I can just make a video about this. And then last night, I recorded it like whatever, like 2, 3 days ago. But then last night, I was fucking looking at I was done editing the video. It was like 11 o'clock and I was done editing this video and I was looking at the YouTube upload page and I was like, fuck, nobody is gonna care about this fucking video because we are about to get Sandrone, and I assume more people care about the Sandrone part of the patch, and the SNEZHNAYA trailer just dropped, so we aren't going to be getting like a lot of people are caring about that now. They're not going to be pulling new units. They're going to be saving for whichever new favorite came from the SNEZHNAYA trailer. I was like, God motherfucking damn it. How am I going to like how am I going to make this video? How am I going to make people care about this video? And then I got struck with a fucking bolt of lightning and I was like, "Wait, what if I just say it's for SNEZHNAYA prep? What if I just put SNEZHNAYA in the title and then everybody cares about it suddenly and it fucking worked! And it fucking worked! So hi, how are you guys doing? Nova Aaron, Kachina fan, and Andreas C. I think I got that right. Aqua Dorsal Fin 1, who has somehow not gotten a shout out right now. Cowboy, you haven't. Yeah, hi, how are you doing? Been too caught up in Deltarune launch hype? Ooh. When that finally comes out, when that's fully done, I will be playing through that. Don't, no, no. We don't, no. Don't fuck Dorsal Fin 1. Dorsal Fin 1 is a friend of the channel. We don't say fuck Dorsal Fin 1. But everybody go follow Dorsal Fin 1. Um, an epic, hi, how are you doing? Baron Bunnygum, hi. Yippee lying? I didn't even lie. I didn't even lie. Come on, I'm not fucking lying. Look me in my eyes and tell me that I'm lying. Where is this? Because that's what it is. That's what the video is about. I'm like, oh, get ready for SNEZHNAYA. Come on, guys, get ready for SNEZHNAYA by gearing your units in this way. And now everybody gives a fuck, and it's awesome. Oh, this is off center. And it's like, it's actually doing fucking crazy. So thank you guys for that. But I figured it would be a good day to stream because it's going crazy. Because I have things that I want to talk about that weren't in that video. I have things in general that I want to talk about with SNEZHNAYA. And I wanted to actually have a variety stream tomorrow. So I'm getting the Genshin out. That's what this stream is today. I am getting the Genshin out of my system so I can actually do a variety stream tomorrow. It's because I screwed up. No, I get it. I know what happened. I was bad faithing you. I was bad faith arguing you. That's what was going on there. Is it me or is the mic a little different? Oh shit. It was. Thank you for telling me before I went the entire stream with my shitty mic.
Now there's an idea. Oh, just a moment, please.
There we go.
I need to jump
Because I was recording something. I have to go back and forth between the two different microphones that I use. Because oh, and also let me not forget to do this. Boom. There we go. Can't be missing out on that. How did no one else say anything? I don't fucking know. I like that mic is dog shit. That mic is so dog shit. Did everybody just think that I have a dog shit mic all the time? Did they gaslight them? I would have watched anyways. Thank you so much. I like seeing how you play with characters. Thank you so much. But I'm proud of myself. I'm proud of myself. I was like, holy shit, I actually have a way to market this. Anyways, Celsius time.
Would you mind coming with me to buy a copy of today's newspaper?
There we go. Who are you and what did you do to Mies? What do you mean? That I actually want to have variety? Anyways, yeah, new video is doing well. So I'm plugging it and I'm trying to ride that success and get a million viewers on Twitch all the time. While we're here, while we're here, while we're fucking here, or should I wait for ads to be over? This is the real stream content, so maybe I have to wait for ads to be over. Was a joke about the mic thing. Oh, okay.
Many ladies in the court of Fontaine like to spray their perfume.
I do kind of sound like a different fucking person when I have a different mic on.
It's quite
But I was using my headset mic. Cause usually when I'm recording I have to sometimes I have to do headset mic segments where I just because like to differentiate where it is so it sounds easier to kind of it's easier to differentiate between the regular recording of the video and the recording. This is a little bit loud. The music's a tiny bit loud right now. Between what was the original recording and what is a segment that I added during editing. This is really quiet. Come on. Maybe I just need to turn down my heads. Oh, I do just need to turn down my headset volume. Okay, that's fine. That's how you do it? I was thinking it was an audio filter. No, I could. Sometimes I do it. Sometimes I mess with the audio settings and I make it through a filter. But usually what I end up doing is I just use a different microphone because my headset microphone, it still sounds all right, but it is notably shittier than my regular microphone. So I normally do that, and then when I'm really feeling like being crazy, I will apply a filter to the music. So the music also sounds grainy and like it's going through a million different filters and it sounds ultra processed. But I've been lazy about that recently. But hello everybody. Hello everybody. How are we doing? Today I am just going to be doing normal resinless activities, I think. I think I want to do some artifact routing. I think I want to do some strongboxing. I just kind of want to be doing, like, I named the stream Getting Ready for SNEZHNAYA, Getting Ready for Stellar Buffs, but I've for the most part, gotten, like, I'm done getting ready for all of my Stellar Buffs. I'm back. Welcome back. Everybody's back from ads. Oh, okay. Wonderful. Hi, my favorite pre-release Genshin YouTuber. Yep. I think it's official. Given the performance of the last two videos, I just have to start making... I'm not solely going to be making pre-release content. I think that is bad content. I think it is bad as a content creator to only talk about things before they come out, before they release. But because of the performance of the last two videos, I will indeed start doing more pre-release stuff and talking about more pre-release things. I don't know how often I'm going to get the chance to do it because obviously I care more about like less common characters. So I'm not going to be doing like a bunch of pre-release stuff about the newest meta unit. Like I wouldn't have done any pre-release stuff on Nicole, but like maybe I could have done a pre-release video about Prune. I obviously care about the buffs and that's why I'm doing a bunch of pre-release stuff for them. But I didn't get on the creator server. I see people asking if I got on the creator server, and no, I didn't. I'm never doing that. I would rather die. I wouldn't rather die, but like there are so many restrictions to put up on the creator server, one of which was fucking hilarious. One of which was absolutely hilarious. I opened a new tab for this, but I don't really need to open a new tab for it because I'm just making the point that for some reason, Hoyo released the fucking gates on creator server pre-release content at the exact same time that the SNEZHNAYA teaser dropped. It's fucking hilarious how they fucked over all their content creators that they let on the server by making them post their videos at the exact same minute as the fucking SNEZHNAYA teaser. So it's like nobody cares about all this Androne stuff because now we're all watching the SNEZHNAYA teaser. It would have been better to, I mean, either it would have been better to do it a day earlier, but like, let them fucking wait. Let the hype from SNEZHNAYA die down before you let them unleash their videos onto
empty fucking ears. It's evil. It was absolutely evil what they did. They hate SNEZHNAYA so much. New thought equals new tab true. Do we think Petronella is going to be playable in his current design? I don't think he's going to be playable at all. I am setting my hopes very, very low. I am setting my hopes extremely low. I don't think he's going to be playable. Any characters from SNEZHNAYA trailer that interest you to pull for? I think Mitia. Probably Mitia. I do the dorsal fin 1 thing because me and dorsal fin 1 are the same person, where I allow myself one style pull every year. One pull based on design. What? Like, fucking, I think Fontaine, it was Risley. Natlin, it was Seatlali. Nod Cry, it was Yohoda, which was nice because I didn't actually have to pull for her because she was already on a banner of a unit that I wanted. But Mitia is probably going to be the unit for this next year for SNEZHNAYA. I like Mitia a lot. I think he looks silly. Somehow this is Venture Overwatch's fault. I don't get the reference, but I trust it's funny. Space Wizard! Space Wizard, Space Wizard, Space Wizard. I like Mitia. Yeah, he's a wizard in his tower. He has space themes. He has a little astral hand. I like it. It's neat. Maybe I'll change my mind as more stuff comes out. Like, if I don't like his personality, I might change my mind. If I don't like his 3D model, I might change his mind. But right now, Mitia is my current plan. Remember when you lied to us about not pulling Nefer? Fuck! I've been waiting for everyone to forget about that so I could do it again. Stop talking about it. Okay? No one remembers when I lied to everybody about not pulling Nefer. It's not true. Anyways, yesterday was Shilonen. Yesterday was Shilonen. Everybody likes Mitia. If he ends up being a 4-star, that's going to be such a loss. What do you mean? I think Prune is like my 3rd favorite design for this year. I fucking love Prune. You guys, ooh, you guys don't understand how much I like Prune. Prune is the only 4-star from the Nod Cry cycle that is going to be getting a 101, I realized. I have yet to forgive you. Yeah, sorry. I don't think, on that note of me pulling Nefer, I think I'm going to try to be a lot more careful with my pulls this year. Earlier this year, I was a lot more fast and loose. I was a content creator. I could kind of justify it. It was fun. It was in the moment. We were all doing a lot of pulls, and I think I got ahead of myself and I pulled Nefer when I really didn't need to. I don't regret her, but if I were to go back and do the year over, I don't think I would have pulled her. But you got super fucking lucky, that too. But I legitimately don't think I'm going to be doing a whole lot of that this year. I think you guys know, in general, the type of units that I like now. And it's going to be harder to lie to you guys. You pulled Nefer, but you won't pull for our boy Mika. So here's the thing about Nefer, is that Nefer, you eventually have a guarantee to get Nefer. And I also... Did I get any constellations on that banner? Did I get any 4-star constellations on that banner, I'm asking? I should be looking at character event wishes. No, I already had C6 of all of these characters. That's another thing, is I'm thinking about wishing based on 4-stars more this coming year. So if I like a unit, if I like a 5-star, but they don't have a good 4-star lineup, I might wait for a rerun. Because, like, if I could have waited to get Nefer on this banner and gotten C6 Yohoda there, that would have been sick. I would have been happy about that. And I feel like I've been able to do that less with how I was just kind of wishing on everybody's debut banner. Like Varka as well. Prune is probably going to be on Varka's rerun, and I won't be able to pick up any copies of Prune there because I don't want Varka constellations. I'm going to have to hope that I want another unit that reruns with Varka. And like 4-star constellations are a lot more important now. They are a lot more important now. Previously, they were kind of just like luxury things. I mean, I still think they are, in general, luxury things. I don't have C6 of any of the Nodcry 4 stars, and I think I'm just fine with that. Yehoda's still a functional unit. Prune's still a functional unit. Aino's still a functional unit. But they do have... What the fuck is this? Why was I getting an ad where someone was getting stabbed in the ear? Jesus Christ. But I do want some C6 4 stars this coming year, so I will have to plan more about that. The SNEZ designs seem pretty plain too. I never. I was kind of negative on them when I first saw the trailer. Fuck off, stupid dumbass leaking channel that uses an AI voice. I don't want to hear you. Be quiet. That's too loud. I think I got that ad fucked up. So what was I saying? I was saying that initially, the first trailer never really sells me on designs. I'm never so set on designs. Like, it's always a mixture of design and personality. Like, the Natlan trailer, fucking Seat Lolly, it was clear, not only was Seat Lolly swag to hell and back, but it was very clear what type of character Seat Lolly was. She was a fucking shut-in who didn't want to be bothered with a ball being thrown through her window. So that was kind of I was able to get more of a read on her personality and kind of realize that I wanted her more. I feel like we get a little bit less of that in this trailer. A lot of the trailer is just kind of the characters standing there and like doing a move. Like, what the fuck is this?
Only 2 options.
Oh, he's standing there. And then he's standing like this. And then he summons a bear or whatever. But I'm never too attached to just the designs in the first place. It's Genshin Impact. It's a gacha game. They have gacha ass designs. So it does take a mixture of design and personality, and we just don't have the personality yet. We haven't seen them in game. We don't know their stories. We haven't seen their models. They're all fucking nonchalant. Give me character, please. Like, this dude, the reason I like Mitya is because Mitya has like some of the strongest personality just based on his location. His ass is fucking sitting on the floor, crisscross applesauce in front of a massive goddamn... Oh, wait, you guys can't see. Crisscross applesauced up in front of a massive ass steampunk machine, and then he says some bullshit about the torch. The torch. So it's like, it's obvious what this guy is gonna be. Mr. Isolated in his fucking room, smartass. So I'm into designs like that. I like I said, Seat Lolly was my fucking style pull. I like cryos a lot. I don't know what it is. I just tend to like a lot of the cryo units that we first see in these trailers. So yeah, I'm not like set on anybody yet. Mitya is my favorite, but I can kind of go back and forth on him. I think most of them just depend on Kit, whether I'll care about them. Anyways. 100% sure the singer is 4-star. What, Vodyanitsa? With the Hydrovision, with the normal Hydrovision, no stellar linchpin. Stop making characters that just try to mog each other. What's wrong with that? Okay, no hits on Shilonen. No hits on Shilonen. Who the fuck is it? Vladimisa had too much of a show in the trailer to be a 4-star. The Wolf Boy seems to be the only 4-star. We're just saying shit. We really are just saying shit. Yeah, let's go Aino. Let's do an Aino guess. No, it can't be, because she came out in 6.0. I agree that the Wolf Boy seems to be a 4-star. I think Vodyanitsa does give me kind of 4-star vibes, but these are just vibes. We are hoping? What are we hoping? We're hoping that Vodyanitsa has a boring kit? Prune was the best unit to come out this patch. Let's go Varka. Okay. So it is a not cry unit. It's not a Geo. It could be. Can't be Flint's. Is this Nefer? Does this have to be Nefer? I think it might have to be Nefer. It could be Columbina. It's either Nefer or Columbina. Nefer uses. I don't remember what boss Nefer uses. Okay, it's Combo Bimba. Why are we saying the linchpin means 5-star when all the not cry units have the same looking vision? Because the linchpin is the thing that activates. Like it's much more clear now. There is an actual physical design difference between a stellar linchpin and a normal SNEZHNAYA vision. And I think we're just assuming that if some characters do activate special reactions and some characters don't activate special reactions, we're assuming the characters that don't are 4-stars, but that's not necessarily the case. Like, I mean, Varka and Durin, they don't have special visions, they don't activate any special reactions, but they were 5-stars. Vanya needs I don't know, because a Hydra Vision, it depends on what they're gonna plan on doing this year. But a Hydra Vision, I'm interested to see what design they would be interested in making for a Hydra unit. What a view. How about a quick break so I can sketch this beautiful scenery? Is this Albedo? Indeed it is. I'm becoming a real Albedo fan. I know shit about Albedo. I actually don't know what this is off the top of my head. I'm gonna guess Yaimiko, but I don't believe it is. I think it's an Electro. Oh no, this is Nefer. This is Nefer. This is Nefer's skill. Hydrovision has to have the worst 5 to 4-star ratio ever. Yeah, they don't have it easy. Actually, Dendro's also kind of rough now. It's between Dendro and Hydro. Although Hydro, what? We only have 5. Which character is depicted by these emojis? Fucking Ayaka, I guess. I just always guess Ayaka as the first choice whenever it's a snowflake. And this time I was right. Yehoda was the only 4-star in the Not Cry trailer. And I know, I guess, but we already saw her. She's going to be the Yehoda of the region with an element not part of the new reactions. But they're going to have to do something weird with her because, like, even Yehoda served a purpose by her ability to get extra application, her to absorb other elements and get application. Like, Yehoda is she still has synergy, even though her element doesn't have that much inherent synergy, except with Flint's. Otherwise, her element doesn't have synergy with the other Nod Cry stuff, so her kit is going to have actual synergy, and that's going to make her a more generically usable unit. Doesn't freeze reinforce the cryo aura? No. No? I don't actually know. I said that confidently, but I'm not 100% sure. I only know that if you trigger freeze on bosses, it removes the aura entirely. But I don't know how it works if you're triggering on an enemy that freeze works on. She will be Hu Tao Babe support. True. True and real. I'm pretty sure stellar linchpins are supposed to be more rare than normal. Yeah, they are supposed to be more rare, but like, not every SNEZHNAYA character is gonna have one. Well, considering we already know of one SNEZHNAYA, I mean, we know about, of course, we have 2 SNEZHNAYA characters already in the game who obviously don't have stellar linchpins in Arlecchino and Child. But we also have seen a new SNEZHNAYA character that already doesn't have a stellar linchpin, so yes, indeed. But yeah, we're assuming because of how they treated the moon wheels this year, we are assuming that 4 stars are gonna have more. Oh, hello. Very cool. We're gonna assume that 4 stars have regular visions that don't enable specific reactions, and 5 stars have the stellar linchpins. But that's not necessarily true. That's just what we're assuming based on past patterns right now. But I think there has been a lot of shakeup in how they treat these new reactions. Like, the fact that they are buffing older units and giving them stellar conduct damage in the first place, I think is a pretty big signifier that Hoyo is treating stellar reactions very different to lunar reactions. You still need a character that enables those reactions to access a lot of those buffs, but even so, the fact that I was able to make an entire video about here are the buffs that you do not need SNEZHNAYA to get access to, I think that also is a pretty big signifier that they're going to be treating Stellar and the year in general a little bit different. So far, we don't have any resonance buffs, but that could change because obviously when Inefa first came out, she didn't have any sort of resonance buffs. But the difference there was that Inefa did have an actual difference in her kit. She had, what is it here? This part of her kit where it said Inefa is in the party's moon sign will increase by 1 level. There was a piece of text here, but it said when you journey to Nod Cry, you'll get an additional little something. Whereas SNEZHNAYA doesn't have any of that in her kit. The only thing that exists in is her artifact set right now, and that's only for this patch. Next patch, it's going to change over to actually give Stellar Conduct damage bonus. Miss Fairy had an animal linchpin? Yes. Oh yeah, we're not only going to get cryo linchpins. Fairy Girl already had an animal linchpin. So we have 2 cryo linchpins confirmed and 1 animal linchpin confirmed at the moment. Find this so weird that Mizuki got a buff before having access to the entirety of it since Stellar Swirl isn't available right now. I understand it. I understand it, especially if they do decide to introduce Stellar Swirl in 7.0. It would be kind of weird. Like, it's weird either way to either buff all of the Stellar Conduct units one patch and then just Mizuki the next patch. By including Mizuki in this series of buffs, it's easier to justify on a story level. So it does make a little bit of sense to me that, but also, hold on, I'm interested to find out. Mizuki buffs, like, she doesn't have anything in her kit that says, when we go to SNEZHNAYA, maybe she'll get more, right? Like, she doesn't have anything hinting at more in her kit like Inefa did. Yeah, no. I assumed it would be here. But I still would be surprised if this is all that ends up happening with Mizuki. I would be very surprised if this is all that ends up happening with Mizuki. Also, maybe I'm just coping and I really want Mizuki to be a Stellar Swirl carry. I've been saying a lot of things assuming that Mizuki is going to be getting Stellar Swirl stuff, but it's not necessarily going to happen. We saw the first guy in the trailer last live stream. You could see he had an Electrovision. Oh, the Wolf Boy had a regular Electrovision, no linchpin. So Chi-Chi and Diona, they will just re-add deleted lines. Yeah, I guess that's fair. But also, they haven't gotten their lines deleted, have they? I saw that people on the Chinese server, it got changed. But I totally thought Chi-Chi on this, she's still buffing Cryo Swirl. So, like, they might just change that to Cryo Swirl and Stellar Conduct. But the point remains that Aino has just gotten text added to her kit without any previous hintings. Where is it? In her C6, initially it was only Electrocharged, Bloom, Lunar Charged, and Lunar Bloom. Lunar Crystallize wasn't there until we actually got Lunar Crystallize. So there is precedent for them adding text without foreshadowing anything. Does Mizuki have off-field application with her buff? She does not. I saw a creator video that blurred the animo stuff. It was still there. Oh shit, really? What? Everybody go check out the fucking aggro video. I guess we can go check that because he might have showed it in his. But everybody go check out the aggro video and look at how he did Thundering Fury Yaimiko. That shit was funny and awesome.
So, hello.
Hey buddy, how you doing? Idiot? What? Idiot? You calling me an idiot? What the fuck is that? He's so mean.
There we go. That's the big damage. Right. Okay, let's get the rest of you up. I'm assuming what she needs up mostly is her skill. I don't know how good her burst is. I'm just
Idiot. Oh.
I don't default.
Come on, man. Be a little bit nicer. So this is Sandrone shit, Sandrone kit testing, Beto buffs. I think he didn't like show much of the text in the kit. Oh no, he did. Diona buffs. Oh, you know what? This is a good place to show up because he's probably gonna show the C6.
This one I think is pretty simple. Is that when you trigger
Is Sandrone even fun to play? I don't know. I haven't played her yet. I was not on the creator server.
Continue to shoot off the little icy paws from her skill.
I'm not interested in her as like a unit that can do creative and funny stuff.
After you use her skill, I think.
So I'm gonna have to wait until the trial comes out to find out if I'm actually interested in her play patterns. I think she's like, it's cool that you can do quick swap stuff.
And then 40% stellar conduct damage bonus when you're standing in burst circles. Yeah,
he doesn't blur it there, but he just doesn't show it. Superconduct, comma, stellar conduct, comma, nothing. So if it were just superconduct and stellar conduct, it would say superconduct and stellar conduct, but the wording on this suggests that cryo swirl is also there. So I'm assuming what Hoyo did is they just said, hey, you can't show any of the cryo swirl buffs.
Makes her a lot more functional, I think.
Chi-Chi. Oh, there's Chi-Chi. Get out of here, Chi-Chi. I assume they just meant, yeah.
She gives a pretty tidy 50%.
What the fuck? I think there's some weird cropping. Yeah, look at that. He cropped it. You can see there's weird clipping stuff with the mouse. So he did have to crop out fucking cryo swirl. This is why I really never want to be going on the creator server, is because they require you, they make you bend over backwards for such stupid bullshit like this. They're like, hey, yeah, we're gonna keep that stuff in the kit, but you have to go through the work of hiding it yourself. That shit is annoying. Means the cryoswirl stuff will be next patch if it's still... yeah, it should be next patch. Hi, Andromeda. How you doing? Some people have said that she feels like Nouvellette. Apparently, does she get increased interruption resist? That's a good question. Unleashes a sweeping beam attack. She doesn't? It looks like she doesn't. Further increase its power. Oof. A bit, but she's susceptible to being smacked out of it. It's not a massive deal. Because, like, she has Diona. She has Beto. So she has good options for shielders right now. Hi, Lito. How you doing? She doesn't, so they can sell a Stellar Conduct shielder. Well, considering there's already 2 of them, she's going to have a fine time. I think she's going to have an okay time. But, also, she doesn't have the same... she has similar issues to Nouvellette. She doesn't have the same issue where, like, she's doing damage the entire time she's charge attacking. She only does her damage in small bursts. So I feel like a shielder is less necessary, but a shielder's probably still pretty nice. She also doesn't get any interruption resist in her constellations, does she? That's kind of fucked up. That's sort of fucked up. I guess if it's 0.05, it's okay, and she has good options to still get interruption resist, but I assume she would want it. Like Nuve, she is mobile anyways, yeah. And she doesn't get all of her damage out of charge attacks, unlike Nuve, who he gets a very, very small amount of damage out of his skill and burst, but mostly they're just there to generate droplets. Like, the scalings on either of these are not great. They're okay, but they're really not great. But she gets a more significant portion of damage out of her burst and her skill. And she is a claymore? What about her being a claymore? 71 pity, nearly time. Jesus fucking Christ. Have you stopped playing since you were in dorsal chat last night?
Relax.
Have you just been grinding primos the entire fucking time? But yeah. They really hate Sandrone, don't they? She has low numerical... I don't want to keep harping on this point, but Jesus fucking Christ, they really don't like Sandrone. Running at a really bad time, with a lot of very competitive banners, with, fucking, like, only all-right constellations, and they let creators... They've made creators wait to release their creator server videos until they release the SNEZHNAYA fucking trailer. They're doing their best to make everybody skip Sandrone. Surely there's a choice for them to release her as the first NES unit. Like, I don't think that's necessarily a bad decision. I think that's reasonable. Being she is a harbinger and all. Maybe she'll be like Anefa? I heavily doubt it. Because Anefa's strength was defined by her position as an off-fielder. So, like, maybe they'll do more stuff in Nodcry to funnel power out of the off-fielders and into the on-fielders. So you need the premium team more. Whereas, like, right now, you can kind of just get away with only pulling the off-fielders, and you can get most of the value out of all the premium teams in Nodcry. So they might, like, make the characters start dealing less damage and start doing more specific buffs in SNEZHNAYA. But yeah, she's far more similar to Flint's, which Flint's, I don't think people... Like, Inefa is far better than Flint's. They're the same exact unit, but the fact that Inefa is an off-fielder makes her so much better. I feel like they just have hurt their own sales. Yeah, I mean, I think... To an extent, I was talking about this last stream, to an extent, like... None of the last banners of each region perform well. They know that. Inefa's banner didn't perform well. Kazua's banner didn't perform well. Emily's banner didn't perform well. So, like, at some point, they do have to know that whatever unit they release on the last patch is just not going to sell very well, because less people are playing, and the people who are playing are saving. But it seems like they're doing extra this time around. Like, they did a little bit to try to sell her by attaching the stellar buffs to her for one patch. But again, that's just one patch. Have you watched closely the SNEZHNAYA ecology teaser at 1 minute and 8 seconds? I can't fucking read. We can see Stellar Swirl and Mizuki stellar buff. I'm pulling this up. I'm not getting my hopes up. I'm not getting my hopes up because I'm thinking maybe it's just somebody else triggering Stellar Swirl and Mizuki is on the same team. Are you able to tell if Mizuki is the one doing the Stellar Swirl damage? Nuked if false. Brave of you, chatter, to offer yourself up to the sacrificial altar. Very brave of you. That's just normal Mizuki burst. That's just Mizuki's burst acting as normal while Cryo Traveler's in the team. Like, we can't tell if there is Stellar Conduct damage being done there. Also, Stellar Swirl. So it is the second thing that I expected. It's not that she is doing Stellar Swirl damage, it's that Stellar Swirl is being triggered while Mizuki is also in the team. Right? Like, is this any different?
How much trust have we lost to this plan?
That's just normal fucking Mizuki burst.
How much trust have we lost to this?
Triggering Stellar Swirl and being able to do Stellar Swirl damage are two very different things. Raiden Shogun can trigger Stellar Swirl or fucking Lunar Charge as long as there's a unit that enables Lunar Charge in the team, but that doesn't mean that Raiden Shogun has actual Lunar Charge damage in her kit. So this doesn't confirm anything. This just shows Mizuki being in a team where Stellar Swirl is being triggered. Like, this is the exact same thing as everybody who's saying that Cryo Traveler is confirmed to enable all the stellar reactions, because we have seen him trigger a stellar reaction. Like, they're implying it, but that's not that's not guaranteed right now. Permission to nuke my liege? Yeah, you could do 10 seconds for that. Only 10 seconds. Hi, Yuli, how are you doing? Sorry, Froxternaut, but them's the rules. Hi, Yuli, how are you doing? You also have permission to give Yuli a shout-out, so everybody follows Yuli. And Kave will surely finally get his Rhyme Grass buff. Right? We're all certain of that. Kave is going to be getting a Rhyme Grass buff.
Turn that frown
I don't
upside
see
down.
that. Fucking come on. I don't see that being... like, I don't see us getting a wave of buffs with every single new stellar reaction released. And that's why I think that Mizuki is getting buffed right now. Because she's being included in the stellar conduct wave of buffs. But because we don't have Stellar Swirl, they're just going to retroactively add it to her kit. Rhymegrass is not happening? Says who? Says who? We're hoping.
Time to relax.
We are fucking hoping. I asked if she was doing off-field damage, and she said no, but she's doing off-field damage in the teaser. Okay, but that's not a part of her new kit. Like, that's just a... Look at this, watch this, watch this, watch this.
Bad dreams be gone.
Holy shit, I'm on the creator server? Oh my god, Mizuki is able to do off-field application! Wow! I guess I should have clarified that Mizuki already has off-field application in her kit. She didn't need a buff to get that, it already fucking exists. Yuli's on a 65 stream streak, holy! Everybody go follow her again because of that. Don't unfollow her. Follow her again. And then, okay, Yuli's a casualty of Dorsal Fin 1. Unfortunate. Unfucking fortunate. So yeah, she can do off-field damage right now. That is not something that is enabled by the new stellar buffs. Mizuki is just able to do off-field swirling with her burst. That is the thing that she was always able to do. And I don't think, because most of her kit is focused on her skill, like, she is supposed to be the one on field. Like, her burst can be off-field application, but it's kind of intended for her to be the one using it, because her burst heals her more when she's the one picking up the snack, and it also triggers more swirls. Like, it doesn't do very much damage. It really doesn't do very much damage, but it triggers more swirls. So the kind of intent is that you're supposed to be using it and triggering more swirls while her swirl buff is active. Dorsal Fin mogging us all. If it make anyone feel better, I'm doing the event because I need more. We're so happy for you. We're so proud of you. I swear, half the time when I do these events, I'm not doing them for primos. I'm doing them for the fucking other shit. I'm doing them for the books. I'm doing them for the weapon mats. I'm doing them for the Mora. I need this shit. I be leveling everybody, okay? I be leveling everybody. I need all the resources I can get my grubby little streamer fingers on. Anyways, let's do a little bit of artifact routing. That's great content, right? People love artifact routing. People adore it. I was just thrown out of the event because I wrote in chat. What did you say? I feel like we're missing some context here. Beep boop. Beep bop. Boop bop. Boop. So yeah, I'm banking everything on Stellar Swirl Mizuki. If that doesn't happen, I'm deleting the channel. I am deleting the fucking channel. I really, really hope that when the beta comes out, we get leaks about it, so I'm able to talk about it in my upcoming Mizuki video. It's so they're making it the one bad thing about the current release structure of units and the current way they're buffing units is it's so fucking hard to make a 101. Because, like, for Durin's first rerun, I had to make... I was like, I gotta make a 101 for the rerun, but to get it out on time, I couldn't include Nicole, because I didn't get creator server access, so I couldn't talk about all the in-depth things that Nicole did for Durin. Like, I'm gonna have to make a Durin 102. I wrote here in chat, and I didn't move in Genshin event. Okay. So yeah, it seems like we were missing a little bit of context. That you were going AFK. Is that all there is over here? I believe so. Hi, Zoro. Welcome into chat. I almost just timed you out by accident. What I do to read things is I click and I drag and I highlight stuff, and that is the command to time people out on 7TV. So I would have felt so fucking bad if you just said hi for your first message and you got immediately timed out. During 102, yippee. Yeah, it'll be shorter. Like, it's nice that I already have the 101 out, so I'm mostly able to talk about Nicole stuff. But Nicole did make a meaningful impact on Durin's teams. Durin deserves all the videos in the world. Well, lucky you. Because I've given him all the videos in the world. I've made like 10 Durin videos at this point. And guess what? The upcoming Mizuki video is gonna be another fucking Durin video. Because guess what? Durin is an off-field damage dealer that doesn't need normal attacks to function, to do his application and his damage. And also, he can shred res for Animo. And what is Mizuki? But she's a unit who wants off-field damage dealers so she can swirl and buff them. And she does significant Animo damage of her own. So, like, this is some real fucking synergy going on. Durin and Mizuki are about to have some actual real synergy. I'm gonna see, like, I'm trying to think about doing, like, over-vape stuff, perhaps, with Durin. Doing, like, maybe Mizuki, Columbina, Durin, Inefa. It's gonna be messy with the swirls. Maybe I do DPS Durin in that case. I don't know. But I'm just thinking about, like, being able to use the EM buff, the full party EM share that Mizuki gives on Durin. That mostly matters for Vape Durin and Melt Durin stuff. Maybe I could make that work. Maybe, like, just do another copy-paste of Lohan's premium team, but with Mizuki instead. That could work. Whee. Stellar Swirl with Durin Melt. I have a vision. Yeah, like, that's a real thing. I didn't even consider Stellar Swirl. I was just thinking about fucking Seatlali Nicole Durin. But, yeah, if we get a Stellar Swirl enabler, we could pretty easily do just that team. Let's fucking get Auroron out of here. He is my chud son, but we gotta get him the fuck out of here. Like, this already isn't too terrible. I could go take a look at this real quick. Yeah, we keep you on that. We keep you on that. The only potential issue might be not enough cryo application to keep up. Yeah, that's the gear we want on you. That is the gear that we want on you. I didn't even check these two. I think yeah, you're fucked up. My boy got robbed for everything he had. We're looking good there. I'm so sad you didn't pull Lohan. What is this supposed to be? Am I trying to get guilt tripped here? What the fuck is happening? It's not gonna work. Lohan is like the most boring fucking unit they've not the most boring unit they've released in a long time. He's more interesting than a lot of the lunar carries. But like for my account, why the fuck do I need a Lohan? He's pretty unimportant for my account. I think you would have liked playing him. I enjoyed his gameplay loop well enough. I think my initial impressions on him were so terrible because I didn't realize that his charge attack hit 2 times. And he just feels disgusting. He feels fucking awful if you don't register that second hit. Because it's just like... It just feels like he has a bunch of end lag for no reason at all. But yeah, like, once I realized that his charge attack hit twice, I was much more willing. Like, his kit started making a little bit more sense. He felt better to play to me. But he left a very, very bad first impression, and I'm just not, like, not the biggest fan. I mean, everyone's spam nowadays. Everyone's fucking spam nowadays. So, like, there wasn't much in... I don't like how his normal attacks feel very much. I don't love how his skill feels. And I already have a Wriothesley. And Wriothesley does everything that Lohan does. But I like how Wriothesley feels to play better. Aloy pretty much does everything that Lohan does. A sack-bowed Aloy does everything that Lohan does, but I enjoy how Aloy feels better. My take on Lohan throughout the entire beta cycle is he wouldn't be cool if he wasn't a standard unit, and then he wasn't a standard unit, so he wasn't cool in my heart. He is funny to play with Prune. I have plenty of Prune options. I have plenty of Prune options. Thank you very much. I have fucking Mizuki. Rhymegrass is a Hexarai unit because it was introduced in IT? True, 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 true. Kave Nicole Rhymegrass unit. I'm, like... I don't have high hopes that they will continue Hexarai stuff in the coming year. Well, I have hopes, but I don't expect that to be the case. I really don't think that they're going to go crazy with introducing a bunch of new Hexarai units. They might introduce 1 or 2. Like, if we get Alice this year, I don't think Alice is a guarantee this year. Alice might take a backseat until, like, Conria. I still think that we're going to get Conria as a separate year. But she's going to be a Hexarai unit. There's no way she's not a Hexarai unit. They fucking backed themselves into a corner now. So maybe what ends up happening, I'm thinking, is that we don't get very much Hexarai support this year, but then maybe next year we start getting more Hexarai support again. This is all, like, this is completely raw speculation. Don't take any of this seriously. But, like, if they were to do anything, that sounds vaguely correct. I still hope that we get a second round of unit buffs instead of just introducing new units to Hexarai. But I think that's even less likely. For some reason, I keep regretting every 5-star Cryo unit I pulled. Because Cryo... Hoyo just doesn't know what the fuck to do with Cryo, it seems. Hoyo really just does not know what the fuck to do with Cryo. So yeah, I haven't really been interested in many Cryo units. I skipped a Scophia, I skipped a Skirk, I skipped Lohen. The past 3 limited Cryo units. The past 3 Cryo units, period, right? No. Well, yes, because I was thinking, Charlotte, but I got Seat Lolly after I got Charlotte. So yeah, the last 3 cryo units, period, I have skipped, and also I'm not getting SNEZHNAYA. Maybe you would like Skirk. You must have not been here for the last stream. The units, so you guys know Escoffier and Mawika as units that I really dislike. But the units that I really hate the most are the ones that I just never talk about because there's no reason for me to ever talk about them. And for me, that unit is Skirk. I never talk about Skirk because I am not interested in the slightest in Skirk. What other artifact route stuff is there to do? I like don't know any of the art. Oh wait, I haven't done the main Easy Breeze. Oops. Oh, okay. Yeah, she is just like the most boring unit in the game to me. I talk about Escoffier being boring. Like I feel like that's you might be able to extrapolate because I always talk about how boring Escoffier is and how I don't want like she doesn't play freeze teams, she plays fucking physical teams. Because you just do red shred, you just do damage bonus, and then that's all you need. You don't worry about reactions, you just hit stuff. So functionally, Escoffier makes physical teams, like in my head, there's not really much of a difference between Escoffier teams and physical teams, and I am not interested in physical as an archetype. And Skirk is like the ultimate, she's the epitome. Because, like, Escoffier, at least if I got Escoffier, I would be able to enable a new archetype with a lot of units that I enjoy playing. Like, I think an Escoffier would revive my Ayaka a little bit. I don't hate Ayaka, but I just find her very, very difficult to use and rarely worth it. And Escoffier would probably change that, but I don't care about that archetype enough to pull Escoffier, so a unit that really embodies it and doesn't even enable me to play units that I like, I'm really not interested in. She did get killed by the story. I can't say for certain. I skipped the fuck out of Skirk's story quest because I was not intrigued by her character at all. I cannot make an honest comment on Skirk's story. Misa's so cool they don't need cryo units. Exactly. Exactly. I'm here to defend the Skirk story. You go ahead. I'm not gonna argue back. I'm not gonna argue back because I have no points to be made. It was bad, but not as bad as most others. That's about as good as you can get in Genshin. I don't have Esco, my Skirk is C0R1, and I can't go past 100k DPS with her. I don't even enjoy playing her that much. Why do I even have her? I don't know. This is what happens when you pull meta. I'm assuming that's what happened there. This is what happens when we pull meta, guys. Is we end up with units that we don't give a fuck about a year later. We can't dash. Oh no. I think there's also more artifact points around here. There's some in the in Dezhret's Mausoleum, right? I never go and do that part of the artifact route. But yeah, I feel like for as many content creators focus on meta stuff, I feel like I'm always hearing about people regretting meta pulls. Because once they stop being meta, which they will eventually, they just stop getting used. Where it's like if you pull a unit that you like, even if they're a mediocre unit, you get to keep playing them throughout the years and you get to be excited about potential upgrades for them. Like as much as I've been shitting on the Wriothesley buffs, I am happy that I'm going to get to play Stellar Conduct Wriothesley. I am going to be trying out Stellar Conduct Wriothesley. I pulled Raiden because she was cool, now regret it? Why do you regret it if you think she was cool? You don't think she's cool anymore? That's reasonable. Oh yeah, character review. What character are we looking at? Subai? Okay, we'll check that out in a minute. What the fuck? What the fuck? Everybody regrets Raiden? Why do you all regret Raiden? I don't use my Raiden much, but I like my Raiden. How the fuck do I don't talk to you? Oh, I have to paint stuff. Does the color matter? I'm gonna assume blue. My heart is telling me that this guy needs to be blue. I regret her C1. Oh, okay, that's reasonable. Surely they'll add Archons to the Constellation Selector, and then you can get her C2. And then she can deal so much damage. She can deal as much damage as, like, Chlorant. Yeah, I love my Raiden. EM Raiden carried an account that failed to get Flynn's for Lunar Charge. Like, yeah, no, like, Raiden's still nice. Raiden is still nice for the purposes of making everybody's burst completely fucking free. The amount of flat energy that she gives, she doesn't play around. I enjoy, I mean, with this team, I say with this team, I'm just talking about Nicole Dern. Nicole Dern, Emily Raiden is a really, really fun team that allows Emily to burst every rotation. Oh my fucking god. What is going on? 2 chests right next to each other. Wait, I used my treasure compass and it didn't mark this one. Does it disappear if I go too far away? Let me go back there. Oh, it's just gone now. And if I scan for it... What the hell? That's messed up. The puzzle types the compass don't mark? No. It works now. It just fucking despawns the chest when you go too far away. Oh, okay. Okay. Oops, 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 oops. Let me up. Let me up. I have to paint some balloons. Do the colors not matter on this one either? I'm going to make them yellow so it's like a smiley face. I'm going to make all these balloons yellow and then the center ones are going to be blue. So it looks like a smiley face. Because I care. Unlike all these other content creators that produce the same slop over and over, I care about the artistry. Okay? I'm so much better than everybody else. Raiden Shogun's story quest should have been us watching her get executed by the Inazumans. I don't know about all that, but she should have apologized a little bit more in the first story quest. Her first story quest was so rough that I kind of checked out for the second story quest, although I hear that the second story quest was... It just handled her general arc a lot better. So... Again, can't fully speak on that. NTE 1.2 stream was today, and they released a fantasy RPG-esque themed map. Oh, okay. I've been playing NTE a little bit less recently. I haven't logged in every day. But yeah, that's fucking goofy. They have no idea what they're doing. The only thing that they had right was the urban paranormal shit. And now it's no longer urban nor paranormal. That's goofy. Just came here from your Stellar Builds video. Hi, Simon. Hi. How you doing? Welcome in. Is there anything else over here? I don't really see any. Let's go to the mausoleum. Because I don't know where the artifacts are here. So we could do a little bit of finding shit out, shan't we? We do a little scanning, too. Hey, guys. How you doing? Intended pipeline for the surprise stream. Indeed it is! Intended pipeline. I was like, fuck, this video is doing way better than I expected, so... I was already kind of thinking of streaming today, so I might as well just do a stream. This is not the right place, is it? Is there stuff in here? Just Mora, so it seems. I love being a streaker. I love streaking. Hi. Can't believe you almost missed this stream. It's only been going for an hour. But let us take care of... Oh, and a 10 stream streak from Simon. Hello. Let's do a quick little build review before I forget to do it. On Etsy buy. Ads? Never mind. If you got ad nuked, we'll wait. If we got ad nuked, we'll fucking wait. And we will just go down to... Is it here? Where are the artifacts? Are they here? Now redo the entire Archon quest on your alt. No, thank you. No, thank you. Not for me. Okay, yeah. Ads do happen at the 7-minute mark every hour. That's good to know. That is good to know. Will I ever pay attention to that? Probably not. But it's there if I need it. Artifact. Yippee! I'm in the right place. I don't know where to go, but I at least am in the right place.
Turn that frown upside
What the hell? Where do I even... How do I... Is it up? No, it's down. I should just be able to stand in the middle of this and press a button, right? Why can't I go anywhere? Why am I banned from the Hall of Simon? Why do I need a fucking special access pass? This is horrible. I should go test this team real quick to make sure it works. Because even if Seatlali gets replaced in the slot, I think it's reasonable to assume that we will get another unit that has very, very similar application to Seatlali. They've been doing once every 2 seconds for the past 2 fucking years now. Whee! I don't know where any of these artifacts are. I'm so fucking lost.
Time to relax.
But yeah, we can find out. It should be okay. I don't know. How often... Mizuki applies every, like, 1 point... How often are Mizuki's attacks? I need to get better numbers on this. It's less than once a second, right? Her skill hits every 1.2 seconds. It activates every 1.2 seconds, you mean. Because it has to launch out the little cloud, which then has to travel towards a guy and hit. It feels like it hits faster than once a second. Hold on.
Turn that frown upside down.
It feels like it's hitting faster than once a second. We need to go to the test dummy to actually figure this out. Because Dern hits once a second. What are we testing? We're just looking at Mizuki application and stuff to see what teams might work in the upcoming patches. I need to figure out her exact numbers. You see Lolly only here for the red shred? Yes. Well, she's here for the cryo application and the red shred. It's a combination. She's a current placeholder for a potential Stellar Conduct enabler. And Mizuki is also up here. Shit. Look at me, wailed the fuck out with my full 5-star team.
Never mind. Let
I have
go.
been doing more and more of those recently, and it does make me sad. Fun fact, they lied about Kawe's burst duration. Do tell. I love it when they lie. I love hearing about Genshin Impact lying about things. They do it so often. So Durin burst hits once a second. Boom. Mizuki is definitely hitting more frequently than Durin does. Am I crazy? Mizuki is absolutely hitting more frequently than Durin does. So she does not spawn a thing every 1.2 seconds. But she does have an every other hit rule, which is cool. She has a special ICD.
I think not. Time to relax.
Boom. Like, look at that. There are some times where it matches up when Mizuki and Durin's skills hit at the exact same time, and then Mizuki hits for a second time sooner than Durin does. There's a dummy where you can see what happens every 0.1 seconds. Oh. Where is that? I'm interested in that. His burst duration is supposed to last 12 seconds, but it lasts longer in combat. He keeps doing Dendro infusions where he's like 6 seconds left on the cooldown still. Yeah, so that's probably a hit lag thing. He has what? He has a 20-second cooldown on his burst? So that means that he gets 2 extra seconds. That's pretty common because of hit lag. Because hit lag, it does pause the actual infusion timer. It pauses things that happen in-game. But it doesn't pause, like, the cooldown timers. So extra 2 to 3 seconds, that makes sense. Because, like, Ito has the same thing. That is just the thing that's much more noticeable with hit lag. Because... Or it's much more noticeable with Claymores, because Claymores have really high hit lag. Hi, Lotador, how you doing? I can't remember the name, but it's an ugly dummy. Wonderful. But whatever it is, Mizuki absolutely attacks faster than Durin does. So that's more than once a second. Can't you see the same in this dummy by talking to that guy? I don't know, maybe I should have checked that. And maybe I should have actually fucking looked at this Tsibai. Hey girl. Is Lemur God still here? I stopped because of ads. I am? Wonderful. Defense evens crit damage, light of full air incision. Okay, I thought that was Sig for a second, but it is not. It is not indeed. Because you have it, you might be a little bit more incentivized to do EM rolls. Not a big deal at all. It's a pretty small effect. But given that Tsibai already has EM as a valuable stat that she can build, it does incentivize you to go in that direction a tiny bit more. I don't know if I should assume a C6 Heat Lua, but if you do have a C6 Heat Lua, you're perfect on crit rate. If you don't have a C6 Heat Lua, you're a little bit low, but it's fine. It's not low enough to matter. These ER rolls, I know she gets a bunch of particles in her teams. She gets a fuckload of particles in her teams. Nilu again? Oh my god, I can't wait to see it. Is she fixed? Is her crit rate fixed? I hope to see. Elua is C6. Okay, wonderful. Is this enough to burst every rotation? Is 120 enough to burst every rotation? She gets a fuckload of particles in her teams. If you're doing Elua generates decent particles. Linnea has really good generation. I don't know her generation. I swear the reviews get more expensive every time I check. They got less expensive. The reviews have only ever gotten less expensive. They started at 3,000 and they've been reduced to 2,000. I can make them more expensive if you want, though. It's enough to burst off cooldown? Okay, cool. Then that's good. Then that's fuck me, that's good. With that context, this build becomes so much better. You have 1, 2, 3 dead stats. You have 3 fucking dead stats and an incredible crit ratio. What a hell. Very good crit rolls. Very good crit rolls. very heavy. Like, the only piece that you don't have heavy crit rolls on is your circlet, and that's fine because you'd be overcapping if you got any other rolls. Weren't there 500 reviews once? No. There were never 500-point reviews. That was never a thing. Maybe you're thinking about Saluna. I don't blame you for getting me and Saluna mixed up. This is a fucking incredible Tsibai if she bursts every rotation. But yeah, stupid defense. EM is not really worth it to go for. Like, I don't think it's that much more worth it to go for, which is why I didn't say anything beyond that. Like, EM is a more valuable stat because of lo-fi, but it's still not a great stat. Because she doesn't build any damage bonus, so the quills aren't affected by that. Beautiful build, though. Insane defense rolls on that circlet. Incredible crit rolls with a wonderful ratio. Yeah, this is fucking swagged out. Let's look at a Nilou again. Let's look at the C6 Nilou. And let's make sure that she's not overcapping by a shit ton. And let me cue Skilo's I Wish. I was half inclined to make a moderator refund that song redeem because I just want to listen to Skilo anyways. But no, I'm going to be mean today. You have to use the points. No such thing as a free redeem. I don't watch them. Maybe I am just insane. Perhaps. If I learn I'm still overcapped, I will cry. Nilou. I think you still are. Well, maybe you're not. Actually, no. You're probably not now. Accounting from Yelan, you're going to get a little bit more. I'm going to average. I really should average 10%. Yeah, we'll do 10% from that. So you're getting 35% extra HP. 35, 15, 185, 15, 185 times 0.35. You're getting an extra 5,000 HP. You get to 50k. That gives you an extra... Gives you an extra like 3 or 4 crit rate. Really not that much at all. So no, you're not overcapping. You're a little bit below. And it seems, yeah, the rolls aren't stupid. Like, this would have been a little bit better. So her burst, does she have energy constellations? She does. Huh. Okay, she's a 70 cost burst. 15 regen. You're going triple hydro. This might be enough to burst every rotation. Is it? I'm trying to determine if EM is a dead stat or not. The EM is worthless, I know, because you play triple hydro and you're not reacting. But yeah, this is looking so fucking great. If these ER rolls matter, yes, I do. Oh my god, yeah. This is another incredible fucking build that we're looking at. And we have 1 dead roll, 3 dead rolls, 4 dead rolls, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. More dead rolls, and we have more pieces where they are not rolling into the optimal stats. Like here, it obviously would have been preferable to put it into crit damage than either flat HP or flat defense, but still a very good build regardless. And with all your constellations, this shit is going to be nuking whatever you throw it at. As long as it's not a Hydro Tulpa, you're going to have a good time with this one. Nice build. I'm glad you got the crit balanced from the C6. Got Mav on a small account. Any diabolical builds for off-field Mav? Level 75 in Golden Troop. Come on. DPS calculator and DPS assistant by Volsung if you're interested to check music key application. Thank you. I'm going to check the default DPS dummy that I use to check if there's a feature like that. But also I might just be able to find the information online. Columbina. C2. You're overcapped by 0.6%, and you're overcapped by 10.6% in Lunar Bloom. So, yeah, can we all jump Jake Prime? Thank you very much. Everybody in chat, just start beating Jake's ass. But yeah. I don't even like fault it. I mean, it's not overcapped by anything significant. And even if it was, I'm a little bit more willing to forgive it on Columbina because she takes a little bit to actually get her crit rate all the way up. But it's very good. It's very good. It's Jesus, 160 ER even with Sig. Very respectable. ER Sans, that tracks. That does track. 70 ER all in substats would have been very impressive, but that's looking good. Oh, here are your two dead rolls. It's one flat attack and one defense percent. Yeah, that's fucking incredible. Unfortunately, I don't have much to say about this. The better the build is, the less I have to say. And this is a really good one. We have had 3 very good builds back to back today. If anybody wants to follow up 3 of the best builds I have ever seen from build reviews, you're free to do that. But Jesus Christ, these are all really fucking good. Like, you don't even need the vertical investment that you have. This is a good C0, R0 Columbina build. I can try to show you one of the top 3 worst builds. Wonderful. I think all of the top 3 worst builds I have seen were all from Andromeda. I'll be so real. Now let's look at Ani Saj's. Alright, fuck yeah. We got a C2, and I am noticing 180 ER without an ER weapon, but that's still nice and functional. Like, honestly, if anything, this last build was a little bit overcapped on ER, but I don't have that much of a problem. It helps you rotate faster. I know Columbina can take a little bit. Like, if you can only have to burst every 20 seconds because her burst lasts 20 seconds, but often she does like to burst more often, so that's alright. But both of these ERs work. We are lacking some skill levels, it seems. Yeah, she's overcapped by 5%, and she'll be overcapped by more when you fully level the weapon, but I guess leveling the weapon isn't fully necessary. High School Musical 2 Fabulous. Okay, let me throw that on. Track of High School, or cast of High School Musical. I hope that this is the right version. So yeah, leveling the weapon does fucking nothing for you right now because you're already overcapped, and the only stat value you're gonna get out of it is crit rate. So I guess it would help you crit more in your earlier rotations when you don't have her passive fully met. My main issue right now, like, it's a very good build. Your crit damage is definitely a little bit low. I think you could easily afford, like, you're overcapped on crit rate, you only got 150 crit damage. If you can get a piece, if you can get a goblet, I think you could easily replace that. You might even be able to afford losing that ER, but those 2 crit rolls aren't doing you that much good, so the stats on this goblet are a little bit suspicious, and that's your off piece. Sans, also replaceable. Both of these pieces are extremely replaceable. Oh my god, this is extremely not extremely. That has nice stat value, but the attack is not great. I think this is already a pretty good build that we're looking at, and it has 3 pieces that can all be replaced. If you get an upgrade to any of them, this build would be a significant amount better. But yeah, this is also pretty nice. I enjoy that. Don't level that weapon. Just try to get a replacement for either that. The flower's probably the hardest. Those are all good stats. ER, HP, crit damage. Those are all nice. This one, these are a little bit rougher. EM is not as good as HP. Flat HP isn't as good as HP, but obviously that's your main stat, so not a big issue. It has a little bit less ER, and it has crit rate, which is worse for your build. But cool. Easy improvement. Not that you need to, because she's C2. How do we showcase our units? It is a redeem. It's a redeem. What the fuck happened? There we go. Finish pre-farming Yai and her Sig's upgrades Matsamora, considering beginning to do the same for Mizuki since I'll probably get my final con for her on this banner. Ooh, doing a lot of wishing. Hello, big wisher in the room. Welcome into chat, Toasted Ring and Hani? What Roman numeral is that? 26 Hani? What the fuck is this song, dude? Is this a cover or is this the original? It says cast of the High School Musical series Disney? What the fuck? It's actually 1016 Ani. I don't think that's how Roman numerals work. You might want to put a little underscore in there, but good to know. That might be good to clarify. All right. Boom. Ticknutty. I'd honestly would rather see Pamber than Sack Jade. Indeed. I don't know. Sack Jade's fine there. I think Sack Jade makes the build work. You don't need the ER from Pamber. It's going double HP. Wait, yeah, what the fuck? I just realized that you don't have any ER main stats and you're still getting 180 energy recharge. Jesus. I really have to respect that. But overall thoughts about this build are just that you can get easy replacements and also level your goddamn skill. Why is your burst a higher level than your skill? What's going on? I think this is the fabulous song from the High School Musical Disney show and not the High School Musical 2 movie. I don't think the version from the movie is here. I can look for like 5 seconds. Oh, here it is. Original soundtrack. Okay. Never mind. Play next. Skip this. Hopefully this one's better. C2 Bina Sack Jade for damage makes sense, yeah. And also it doesn't really need the things that Pamber provides. Tichnari! Yippee! We're about to get a C6 on him. You're pretty much capped. You're 1.3 crit rate short if we're factoring in C1. Jesus. Tichnutty does need a little bit of ER, especially if you're playing solo Dendro, which I think you have been doing recently. And then you don't have many dead rolls at all, do you? Hello. Another very good build going on here. 2 of HP, 1 of HP, 1 of HP. Circlet's looking the roughest, but Circlet isn't even bad. Let me throw a Linny in there. God damn it. I need to speed up on these reviews, okay? Because I don't want to be doing only reviews today. Yeah, we got Hunter's Path. We're on Sig, so attack has a little bit less value. EM has a little bit more, which that's fine because you have way more EM subs than you have attack subs. So your priorities are in the right place. Very good crit stats. Incredible ratio. Yeah, the song is better. Yeah, good build. Sorry, I need to fucking lock in because I'm not making this the review day. I'm getting through all these reviews. And then we have a C3 Linny, R1. We are also just undercapping there. No wonder Aqua said that Tichnutty is a good standard character. Yeah, I mean, yeah, a cracked build and almost C6 does a lot for Tichnutty's power. C4 helps. C5 isn't as important. EM, not a good stat. ER, Linny does like to have a tiny bit of ER. I don't think, yeah, he doesn't have any energy in his constellations. So to consistently get bursted is nice. I mean, he often plays Monopyro, so it's not that big of an issue. but it doesn't hurt to have a little bit more leniency, and you don't have a bunch of ER stats, so I can excuse it. Circlet, Jesus fuck, kill me now. Everything, Jesus fuck, kill me now. This is the worst piece here, I'm looking. Yeah, oh my god. We're just having a really nice build today. It keeps saying that it's on cooldown. Yeah, because people keep redeeming it. It has like a 3-minute cooldown after someone redeems it. So someone snuck in and wanted their linear reviewed. Yeah, I know song redeem. Give me a second. A lot of things are going on. A lot of things are going on. I choose you 5? All right. Yeah, again, not a ton of meaningful stuff to say about this build because it's pretty good. This is maybe the worst build I've seen today, but it's not saying much. Because you don't have a ton of flat attack, but you have some flat attack, which isn't the best. You have a lot of flat HP rolls. You have a lot of flat HP rolls. I guess he's healing for a lot. Can we get a, maybe we can get a clam build going on this Lenny. If he's healing so much. And then that EM. Yeah, so you have a few missed rolls, but that's pretty good. Very nice crit ratio. It's just that your other stats are suffering a little bit. Not great attack rolls. They're there, but they're low and they're flat. And then none of the other stats that you got going are useful. What the fuck? Stellar Sino. I'm speedrunning through this. I told you guys, this is not a fucking review stream. Ballad, 1010. Talents don't matter at all in Stellar Conduct, but I know we love our Sinos and we double crown them anyways. 73-220. If we are considering this, it's an extra 18. Also, double attack is interesting. Double attack isn't bad, but we do prefer EM. You can see in my new video where I talk about this. Attack still isn't a terrible stat on Sino, but he prefers EM. And he likes a little bit more ER now that he's not using Thundering Fury, and he does have some more ER needs. He gets EM from Ballad and Sucrose. Oh, you're doing Sucrose? Okay. So, I mean, still. EM is just a more valuable stat for him than attack is, but considering those things, they do make attack percent a fair bit better. I can't fucking count. 91 crit rate. Does he need ER because of his skill? Actually, you're right. He totally fucking doesn't. He's 100% able, pretty much as soon as his skill, like as his little mini burst that he gets from using his skill expires, his skill comes off cooldown again. So it's not like perfect, but he is able to on-field for pretty long periods of time only by using his skill. It's preferable to use his burst, but if you don't have his burst, you can just skill. So ER is a very unnecessary stat on him. That is a very good point. It's not useless, but it's even worse than it was before. You have some good EM subs. It's pretty nice. Yeah, work in progress. You could get crit rate a little bit higher. 91 isn't bad, but it's certainly not the best. Am I fucking doing the math right? No, I'm not. It's 89. Whatever. 2% crit rate. Big whoop. 89 isn't terrible, but it could get a little bit better. You could do with a few more EM subs. This is what, 240? Sucrose is generally another like 200-ish. So you're going to get like 500. We could just round to like 600. So he's going to get like 750-ish EM with full buffs in this team. Also, that's the thing is Sucrose doesn't have great uptime. She only has 8 seconds on her EM share? Whatever. Gotta be quicker. Yep, gotta be quicker than that. Their redeems are a highly valued thing, apparently. The Mies review, a lot of people care about the Mies review. Actually, I should stay on the internet because I'm trying to find out I guess I'll just stay here because I'm about to get another fucking review redeem. But let's find out Mizuki Genshin. Yume Mizuki. Hello, Miss Glorp. How do you do? Advanced properties. Gameplay notes? Mizuki can deal 7 instances of damage over 5 seconds and up to 13 instances over 10 seconds. Yeah, I could have just counted that myself. I wish it fucking told me how often it did. But that's another thing. I could have just counted myself, which I am going to do now. Because if she hit once every 1.2 seconds, she would get less than 10 attacks over a 10-second duration.
Cast your worries to the wind. Sweet dreams.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, fucking come on, dude. Alright, we do have to go to the dummy so I don't get knocked all over the place. Fresh Chlorand and a Gomming just reflects. You can't do that. You gotta pick one. There's no 2. If I have to choose, I'm gonna look at the Gomming. If you're leaving it up to me, I choose Gomming. Sino's skill giving you burst, should you level his skill? No, neither of his talents are particularly important because all of his damage is now coming from his fucking Ascension passives. It's like, the skill still just controls skill damage and the burst just controls the levels on his normal attacks, but neither deal that significant damage right now. Pretty much all of his damage is going to be coming, or not all of it, but like a vast majority of his damage is going to be coming from this passive, or this passive, which has flat scaling. Chlorand, you want me to choose Chlorand? Okay. I'll look at your Chlorand in a moment. But, Gomming is okay too. Highlighted message, Gomming, you're giving me mixed signals here. Do I get to choose, or do you want me to choose one of these characters? Because if I have a choice, I'm choosing Gomming. But if you have a choice, I don't know what your choice is. But yeah, most of Sino's damage is now coming from this passive. So he is, it is very unimportant for you to level his talents. I'd say still take him up a little bit. I'd say take him to, like, if you really, really care about Sino, at least take him to level 8. But you can even get away with them both at, like, level 6. But right now, a lot of his damage is coming from this. Same with Yaimiko. Even though her skill is used to activate her damage, a lot of her damage is coming from a passive, which doesn't scale based on her skill. Unlike Risley. Risley does care about the base scaling of his stuff. Because he says what? The 3rd and 5th strikes deal 60 and 80% of their original cryo damage. So you do have to level the normal attacks to get access to the higher scalings. I'm getting Sino C1. Does that change his attack versus EM build? I don't believe so. Sino's the weirdest one. Sino is in such a weird place right now because his base scalings are attack, but he does get EM quills. Where is it? He does get EM quills, and he does get damage bonus from EM.
Financial report.
So it's weird. It's weird. But like attack and EM are both good stats on him. Prioritize EM, but attack is also pretty fucking good. More than most stellar unit, more than most lunar units. Like, both are actual desirable stats on him. Gomming, please? Alright, we finally decided on a Gomming. We finally decided on a Gomming. Said you want it, but... Also, we got a Hydrate 8 minutes ago. Fuck me. All the redeems coming in. Gomming. Fruitful Hook, Long Night's Oath, get him off this shit. This is not a good Gomming set. After the equipping character's plunging attack, charge attack, elemental skill hits an opponent, they will gain 1, 2, or 2 stacks of Radiance Everlasting. He doesn't hit with his skill. He only hits with his plunging attack, and he gets 1 stack at a time. Crimson Witch way better. Marechaussee better. Long Knight's Oath is dookie on him. It is dookie. He gets 1 stack every time he does a plunging attack for 6 seconds, and his stacks have separate durations. So he only averages, like, 2 stacks a rotation, which is 40% damage bonus from the entire set, which is not particularly good. Yeah, Marechaussee is good because he can activate himself. It helps you with crit rate, but you do have Fruitful Hook, and you have C6. So you have an R5 Fruitful Hook and a fucking C6, so that definitely makes Marechaussee a lot harder to build. So this might be a strong box. This might be a strong box Crimson Witch situation. This might indeed be a strong box Crimson Witch situation. But current build, it's 32 crit rate. If we're judging on this build alone, that brings you up to what, 77? Then the extra 20% brings you to 97. Wonderful ratio.
That dream last night.
Very good ratio. Is that ER high enough? I have bad Crimson luck. Well, don't know what to tell you. It seems like you want to min-max your Gaming. You've got him crowned. You've got an R5 Fruitful Hook. You got a C6. This set not good on him. This set really, really not that good on him. And this isn't a crazy, like, that ER isn't good, right? Like, he needs 40, right? 140-ish? And you're lacking EM. You are heavily lacking EM. He would like some more EM. Maybe you have external EM buffs going on. I don't know. But with the build right now, he has no EM. A bit more on solo pyro. Yeah, this might not be solo pyro. I know that his Nicole teams are pretty alright now. Even like not going double hex, his Nicole teams are pretty fucking swag.
If you ever feel down, just drop
So like
everything.
maybe this is a Nicole situation. Maybe we can give this a little bit of lenience and say that this is a Nicole situation. But your stats kind of don't look great besides the crit. The crit is really the only thing you have going. I don't think in general you have enough ER. He has Seat Lolly for particles. That's not how that works. Like, Seat Lolly helps him with particles, but you're going to want another Pyro unit to really help him out with particles. You don't have enough ER. You don't have enough EM. Your attack is looking fine. And then you have a lot of HP and defense rolls. Like, yeah, this isn't even a particularly great build on this set. I don't think it would take very long to get a better build on Crimson Witch. See, Lolly generates particles, minus 230 ER and barely gets her own burst. This is why I've just fucking locked Seat Lolly on sack frags for the rest of her life on my account. Because it's faster than using her burst, and you can still get her application up without having to use her burst at all. She is just stuck on sack frags. Sack frags is such a cool weapon option on her. But yeah, on this build, nothing is good except for the crit. So that makes it very easy to convert to another artifact set.
What a headache.
Flower's good. I like the flower. Like, you might be able to make a pretty functional two-piece. Flower is very good. I think the feather works. So, like, while you're converting over to a Crimson Witch build, you might be able to do a nice two-piece. But as of right now, this is a not particularly great build on a set that isn't good for him. So this can go fucking skyrocket. You can get so much more value out of your Gaming. But at least the crit is good. My Chud Durin, he has Cryo Resonance. Okay. So this is DPS Durin. Boy, what the hell? I'm just so used to see. Boy! What are we doing? What are we doing? That's not enough energy recharge. I don't give a fuck if you have Nicole. Maybe it is enough energy recharge, but level 8 skill, 135 energy recharge is just low. You have a lot of EM substats, and those aren't particularly great on him. Attack would be better. It works. Like, they don't do nothing, but the truth is that he already gets a bunch of multipliers on his melts. Because,
That tasted wonderful. Thank you for sharing it with me.
He gets a lot of base damage on his melts from his Hexerai passive. So the value that he gets from EM is already diluted. Deluked. The value that he gets from EM is deluked. It's diluted. So you don't need EM as much, and also he only melts half of his hits. So it's even less good from there, whereas attack benefits all the hits of his damage. Do I need more ER for Stygian? You need way more ER for Stygian. You need way more ER in general. Stygian Gamings, I find, need like 160 ER. Gaming is a real rough unit to be using in Stygian. Nicole has made him a lot better. I asked this question earlier, but should we go for Yai C1 or Sino C1 value-wise? Yai C1. Yai C1 is like Sino C1, except if it also applied to the entire team, and you were able to use it on whatever unit you fucking want. Sino C1 only applies to Sino C1. Even in Stygian, I have no trouble getting his burst, getting Durin burst. I was talking about Gaming, but that's kind of fucking insane. That's kind of fucking insane. And I don't... Sometimes I just don't believe you people. Sometimes I just straight up don't believe you people. I see a level 8 skill and 135 energy recharge, and I hear he's getting his burst just fine. What do you mean by just fine? What do you mean by just fine? When I say just fine, I mean just one skill cast from both Nicole and Durin. You people are practicing fucking witchcraft. I don't know what spell you're casting. But anyways, 75, 90. 90 crit rate when accounting for cryo resonance, which is not bad. Not terrible. You're not missing a lot of stats. Like, it's a very, very good stat value build. But you can definitely get those talents up. If this is working for you, this is working for you. I can't complain. This is not enough ER to run in any team that doesn't have Nicole. I can tell you that much right now. This is Nicole locked. He is fucking ball and chain tied to Nicole with this amount of ER.
That dream
But if you're doing DPS Durin stuff, he kind of already is locked to Nicole, so that's not a big of a deal. I don't even funnel Nicole. Yeah, no, you're doing some shit. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know how many goats you've sacrificed, but I do not want to have a look at the inside of your closet. I will see nothing but skeletons. If you are not funneling him with Nicole and he's at 135 ER with a level 8 skill, you killed some baby goats for that one. That's all I have to say. If I only have one win set, who should get it, Lohen or Durin? I have an okay noblesse for Durin, but nothing for Lohen. Durin. Actually, I shouldn't answer that so confidently. But Durin gets stat value out of noblesse 2-piece, whereas Lohen basically doesn't. I was vibes crafting. Also, you'll get better uptime. That's actually is a pretty notable thing, is you'll get way better uptime out of Noblesse on Durin, because he buffs the first however many hits of his burst with that stack effect that he has. The first few hits of his burst are the most important, and if you're playing Lohen, you're going to have a lot of time between Durin casting his burst and getting his first few hits off, and Lohen casting his burst and activating Noblesse. I'm out of the closet. Happy Pride, everybody! Alright, Durin Shud Sun number 2. You people are fucking determined to make this a review stream. Lion's Roar, what are we doing here? You better tell me that you have an actual team context where Lion's Roar has a real passive. If you don't play him in anything but, like, Overload, Burning, Air Fryer, shit like that, you better have full uptime on this shit.
What a headache.
Otherwise, you should just be using... I mean, you should just be using Moonweaver's Dawn anyways. Also, my song redeem. Oh shit, the empty space is stuck in my head. By who? You gotta tell me the artist. I redeemed review earlier? Oh my fucking god, Mona. You people are redeeming too fast. What is going on? Mona first, sorry. We have to go back for this. Is C6 additive or does it increase? It's multiplicative. It's 200% of its original damage, so yes, level her normals. If it was just 200% extra motion value, it'd be fucking ass. Because look at that, only at level 6 she already gets 210%. Death Brain. The Empty Space. Is it a song called The Empty Space that is stuck in your head? Or is the whole song called The Empty Space is Stuck in My Head? Want me to pause redeems? No, it's fine. I'm complaining, but the people love it. That's the name of the song. The song's name, okay, wonderful. Next time, put that in the redeem. I want to know how much talent investment is worth it. You can ignore the artifacts. Oh, okay, awesome. Talent investment, you are fine other than the normals. If you want to be doing more DPS Mona, level the normals. I should have my normals crowned. Venti, please. I'm gonna look at it for 10 seconds. Honestly, but I know you said you don't have to comment on the artifacts, but attack percent goblet, Mona gets so much free fucking damage bonus. She gets damage bonus from burst. She gets up to 180% damage bonus from her C6. Attack percent goblets are a lot more worth it on her, especially if you're running an ER Sands. But yeah, talent levels, you only need to really level the burst to level 10. If you want to get a tiny bit more damage out of it, you can level it a little bit further. The damage isn't completely negligible. It is a big multiplier that does get all of the normal buffs applied to it. French, get the fuck out of here. Boom. English only. That's in the rules.
If you ever feel down, just drop
And her
everything
ER to
and
damage
go
bonus
out for some
conversion
fresh
too.
air.
Yeah, that. But yeah, I think burst is fine. You can level it up a little bit. Holy hates the French. I hate the French. It's not English. I can't moderate people who aren't speaking English. I can't guarantee my mods can moderate people who aren't speaking English. Only English. Come on, guys. But yeah, normals need to be leveled a little bit more. Burst can be leveled. Chodurn number
That drink
2.
last night tasted wonderful. Thank you for
I
sharing
might just
it
put a
with me.
longer cooldown on this. Sounds like you need a French mod. I'd rather die. I failed French class. Awesome. Chud Sun Durin. Yeah, so you said you used Overload Arlecchino, so I guess Lion's Roar isn't terrible, but still. Moonweaver's Dawn. Just get Moonweaver's Dawn. It's much more usable in a wide variety of scenarios. Lion's Roar gets significantly worse if you aren't playing Overload Arlecchino, and I assume that you play more than one team with Durin because Durin's the fucking best. Crit looks fun. 76 is a little bit low, but you have pretty... You could definitely get more crit rate subs. You could definitely get more crit rate subs, and you can definitely get more ER than that. Yeah, this looks like a Durin build that works in one team. This looks like a Durin build that is functional for
If you ever
one
feel
singular
down,
team.
Just drop everything and go out for some fresh air.
Since Aqua is bilingual, does that mean I can speak French? No. That's not how it works. I don't care if my mods are bilingual. The rule is English only. That's like barely even enough with fucking like triple pyro. Maybe not barely enough. Honestly, I've been forgetting about the weapon choices after I gave him Lion Roar. Yeah. The weapon only works in specific teams. The ER only works in specific teams. The crit is like fine. But like I feel like these crit stats are not good enough to justify how little ER you have. You're missing some stats there,
Ugh,
there,
still need to go
there,
through last quarter's
a little bit
financial
there. Not actually
report.
crazy.
What a
You have
headache.
mostly good rolls. It's just that they're not all in the perfect places. You would prefer a little bit less crit damage, a little bit more crit rate, and a little bit more ER as well. Venti. I see another redeem. I see another redeem. Everybody wants a builder view today. Talent levels. Lock the fuck in. Too much ER. Venti doesn't need any ER to be on-fielded. And it's not enough ER to be off-fielded. Actually, really nice attack rolls. The crit isn't great, but you have really, really nice attack rolls to make up for it. But yeah, ER is worthless. So you have more dead rolls than it looks like. Top 1% due to sands, so that's fake. The Venti boards, like, Akasha's normally fake, but the Venti boards are even faker because they haven't updated to have his
If you ever feel
Hexarai
down,
buffs.
just drop everything and go out for some fresh air.
So the Venti boards are very, very easy to get high positions on because not a lot of people play Venti, and the leaderboards are incorrect. I know it's fake, so why are you telling me? If you know it's fake, why are you telling me about it? Anyways, yeah, it's fine. It's better than most of your builds that you show me. Albedo. My Venti is top 0.4% if I had a different weapon and different set, which is completely stupid. The board is just stupid. Stop thinking about the Venti boards. They don't matter. It's not true. I'm just proud of him. Okay. Alright. Fine. You can be proud of him. You're allowed to be proud of him. Albedo. Albedo. Where the fuck is he? There he is. Peak Patrol song. You probably can swap with a... I mean, this is a really fucking nice goblet. And it's on set. So I also have a similar situation to you, where I can definitely get away with swapping to a damage bonus goblet because you already passed his ER thresholds. Or his defense thresholds. This is not factoring in the stacks from Husk. You get an extra 30 or 24% from Husk. You get an additional 50% from C1. You get an additional 8% from Peak Patrol Song. So you are way over your defense needs, and you can definitely afford to swap to a damage bonus goblet. But this is a pretty fucking good goblet, and it's on set, so it's not going to be easy to. Good ratio. Good ratio for Albedo. Real nice circlet. Wow. The Sands is the worst piece here. Good crit stats there. Good crit stats there. Yeah, the fucking Sands is the worst piece here. By, like, far. If you can get some more crits and stuff into that. All 3 low rolls of crit rate and 2 pretty low rolls of crit damage. This gets better with just, like... The main way that this build gets better is with, just better roll variation. Can you tell I was Ito-pilled? I guess I can. This isn't the exact build. I know previously I've looked at an Albedo build and I immediately clocked it as an Ito build that got repurposed. But this doesn't look like that, because this actually makes for a pretty decent ratio. Which Ito doesn't get as much, because Ito... he has better weapon options that give him crit rate and Serpent Spine. Crit stats in general from his Sig and Serpent Spine. And he ascends crit rate. Yeah, I didn't think this was a repurposed build, because this looks real good on Albedo. Yeah, it really is mostly held back by low rolls, which is fucking awful. Because what are you going to do about it? Not much. Imagine a bagel. Thank you for giving me a break, Starshade. No more reviews, I just have to imagine a bagel. What am I even doing, guys? You distracted me so much that I don't even know what I was fucking doing. Hit count, yes. One,
that frown
one,
upside down.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Did the wiki say 13? The wiki said 13. What the fuck is that? 13 instances over 10 seconds. What the hell is that? Can I redeem a French song? You can redeem a French song. You just can't speak French. Any song's fine, isn't it? Well, not any song. I reserve the right to skip a song if I don't like it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It's like easily 14. It's not even close. Misa's used to being lied to. What the fuck is that? Like, I thought they wouldn't... good thing I checked myself, because why the fuck would the wiki lie about that? It's so easy to count how many times that it hits. Have you heard of the game Road to Empress? I actually have. I would love to stream. I don't know anything about it, except that it's funny and poorly translated. I know it's this, like, insane Chinese game about becoming the Empress. I would love to stream it. The hit rate is 0.7 seconds. The wiki said 1.2 seconds. I was lied to again. Where does it say it here? Huh. Now I want to see if it's even 7 instances of damage when she doesn't get the extension. I mean, it would make sense if it was 7 instances of damage, because it doubles the duration when she gets the extension, so it would double the hits. Counting past 10 is hard when you run out of fingers. Oh. La Poupée Monte Leçon by Laura Thorne, whatever the fuck that means. I hope I butchered that pronunciation. About having too much defense on Albedo because of the buffing hex set. Pretty much all hex teams for Albedo end up with a bunch of damage bonus. Yes. Yeah. You do get a bunch of damage bonus from set or prune. So yes, that is another reason. And the goblet's good. So you use it anyways. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wow. Incredible. Interesting that I didn't realize that the first hit, because she does an initial, unlike Aoife, she has a cast hitbox when she uses her skill, and that generates a particle. See? I only needed 1 coordinated attack, and I got 2 particles out of that. Someone said that you are actually the first Mizuki player, and now I have to prove a point. Oh, yes. Go, Baron Bunny. Baron Bunny, my recent interest in Mizuki was not Baron Bunny's doing, but maybe my passive interest in Mizuki was Baron Bunny's doing. Because I'm like, I know people in my community like Mizuki. Mizuki is fucking awesome. Look at that. We have a sunny morning sleep in. I forgot. Did you... Like, this was actually... You were the only person that this weapon banner was actually good for. Because you actually really like both Mizuki and SNEZHNAYA. So did you get this early? I forget. Anyways, I need a drink. I wanted either and I got that first. Okay. I'm bored of Genshin a bit, but Mies gave me Crimson homework. I'm so glad that I was able to give you something to do. Cause yeah, that set is really, it's fake on Gaming. A lot of people asked about it when it first released, because it's like, oh, plunging damage, and he does plunging damage, and he uses skills, but it requires that you hit with your skill to get the majority of the stacks, your skill and your charged attacks, and Gaming don't do that. His skill comes into contact with the enemies, but it doesn't actually hit. It doesn't deal damage, because they don't want it fucking up application. Anyways... Mizuki needs 2 stats, and she has both of them. Although this is not enough to burst every rotation in my experience. With 160, I need to do some more testing on that. But Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus Christ. Over 100 fucking EM on this feather. 79 on the flower with a little bit of ER. Honestly, I respect the flower a little bit more because it also has ER. But that is no slouch right there. That is no slouch right there. It's Mizuki, so what the fuck do I say about Mizuki? Except for you might want to get some crit stats going. You're gonna have to adjust this build. You definitely want some crit substats, if not a crit circlet. At least a crit. Like you're gonna have to adjust the what's it called? You're gonna have to adjust the crit substats at the very least. Just use Farazan, exactly. But yeah, 4 fucking particles a rotation. She really does not generate a whole lot of particles. Cries? Why are you crying? You get to start farming for Mizuki again. She's gonna be so relevant. Why are you crying about Mizuki? I was a Mizuki hater and then a Scofier released, which made me realize I was being unreasonable regarding Mizuki. I'm curious to hear the exact reasoning behind what you're saying. But I do agree. I do indeed agree. Is everybody geared here? Everyone is geared. So give me a second.
Show no mercy. Not you two. Sweet dreams. Gotcha. Take
First.
Let's go.
How much energy recharge does he have? Mine has 127. Okay. So this is...
Such defiance. Fulfill our pact.
Could also funnel a tiny bit with Seat Lolly, but that's not enough to help. That is not enough to help. Wee, silly funny girl. Let me do a little bit of. I didn't even notice if I was keeping up application there. I was just looking at burst cost stuff. Mizuki, can I get you a better build that has a tiny bit of ER? What the fuck? What were you on, girl? That's better. Is she on an E? She's on an ER Sans. Get off that. Get off that. 155. Okay, so that's not quite as much. I have 10 less ER than you. So there's a chance. There's a chance that 165 will be enough and 155 wasn't. This is a Eurovision song? I have no clue. Free from Agile, I hope I haven't missed anything. No, you haven't. Nothing has happened. Nothing ever happens on this stream.
You two. Time to end this. Turn that frown upside down. Bad dreams be gone.
Oh, there we go.
Such defiance.
I am definitely missing melts.
Fulfill our pact. Suffer the
Mizuki.
tiny relax.
Yeah. It's a little bit slow is the thing. She gets her burst later into the rotation. Let me do a little bit of a... Let me do a little bit of alternate rotating. And see if I can get energy to work here. May I ask, is Witch still D-League best set? Yes. I guess it's still his best set. Usually if you can enable a generic set like Marechaussee on him, that becomes better. Oh my fucking god, we're just doing a bunch of French songs, aren't we? I will remind you that I reserve the right to skip these songs. And I don't have a very high opinion of this song. They're decent, though. They're decent. Alright, let's see if I can get enough ER to work here.
Show no mercy.
Let me do EQE on Seatlali. Funnel into her.
Let's go.
Yeah, Mies really does hate French people. It seems like I only really fuck with the application if I also use my burst, because that's additional application. That's additional swirls. That's removing more of the cryo.
Suffer the wrath of Eastling. Time to relax. Cast your worries to the wind. Such defiance.
All this fucking turning is probably making the bitrate look terrible.
Get to work. You two. Time to end them.
Oh my god, she didn't get her skill reset. And I couldn't funnel into her. I don't know. 156 is not enough. If I could convert to... Is there another build that I can get that I just have a little bit more ER on? Fuck. Do I have any VV stuff that I can level right now? Do I have any EM goblets? Defense, electro damage. Why are these... Okay, that's locked. I don't think this should be locked. Attack, physical damage, 1 is EM? EMER. Alright, hello. EMER, come on. Lock in, girl. Lock in. Roll for me. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. How much other stuff do we have? Oh, we have a lot of stuff. We have a lot of artifact XP. Already we're looking good, because my current goblet had 0 ER. So we should already be set for energy, but let's just get a little bit extra. Because there's not much else that I can be rolling for anyways. Better to do a little bit of an overcap, have a comfortable amount of ER. Since there's no other stats that could be meaningful on this thing. I guess defense. I guess Mizuki won't die as often. Y'all are American? You can't say anything about my country? But I can ban you. I won't. But I can. I hold that power. Alright. Beautiful. Now we have to start looking through the exile pieces. Make sure they're not worth keeping. Not worth keeping. I think I might already have. I have to look through my exile pieces and see which ones I should be leveling. But like attack percent, ER, crit rate, high rolls on both of them. It's only a 2-liner, which that really, really sucks. I'll only get 2 rolls on this thing. But it doesn't have bad starting stats. This is a feather, so even though it has 2 good starting stats, I think I can get away with getting rid of it. Fuck you. I guess Mizuki will never die. And we're going to keep 2, even though they're both terrible, we're going to keep both of these because I feel like I'll have a need for 2 VVEM goblets at some point. Boop. Let's make some shit happen. Mizuki's skill still fires when she gets staggered, unlike some other Animo floating catalysts. I think you have missed it. But I've been very, very happy recently that with these new buffs, it feels like Mizuki has a reason to... Both Mizuki and Aoife feel like they have reasons to exist. It's really only going to be for one patch, and then I think Mizuki is going to get significantly better than Aoife. But... right now, Aoife and Mizuki feel like they are at about the same level. And Mizuki, she will be better, but I think she'll have tighter restrictions in what she can do. Where do you actually use the Exile set? It's very rare that you do end up using it, but there's occasionally... I guess you really use it less and less now that there are better supportive sets. But it's never bad to have. It's never... like, sometimes there are just situations where you're like, this character cannot provide any meaningful buffs to the situation at hand. So, I'm just gonna say fuck it and throw him on Exile. Like, I did a Vape, Nuve, and Farina clear against Hera the first time it came around. I used Xinyan in the slot, because Xinyan can't really hold any artifacts that benefit Nuvolette and Farina anyway. I just threw her on Exile. Helped solve some energy needs. Was especially nice because Farina was on key. I use Exile and Goro. Yeah, Goro and Ito teams isn't too bad. But I'm trying to think, like... you could use Scroll on him in those scenarios now. So it's like still not useless. Or it has an alternative is my point. Fuck you. Yeah, you run Instructor Goro with Sibai. Not really much Exile there. I embarrassed the fuck out of myself when I was like, why would you ever use... It's still a little bit behind. Did I change? I did. I have 168 energy. I feel a little bit behind on my energy. I feel like next rotation I'm not going to be able to get her burst. 4 particles is just not a fucking lot. Yeah. There it is, no burst for this rotation. Although in this team it seems that burst is a DPS loss because it interferes with auras more. But just general testing, like this applies to probably most of her solo Animo teams. Yeah, look, my DPS is going up if I just don't burst on her. Because the swirls are not dealing enough damage to make up for the lost melts on Durin. Goofy. Getting sleepy. Good night, Riskatum. Go night. Have a lovely sleep. Have a lovely French sleep. If that's even possible. Oh my god, look at that. Mizuki's doing more damage than Silalia is. Yippee. How much energy recharge does she need then? If 170 isn't enough, so I guess, yeah, going back to this build, Mizuki needs 2 stats, and she doesn't have both of them. Man, I want to crown Mizuki skill. Man, I want to crown Mizuki skill. I have to prioritize. I really have to prioritize. I want to crown Mizuki skill, I want to crown Mona normals, I want to crown Emily normals, I want to crown Prune Burst. Those are like my 4 priorities right now for crowns. But I don't know which I should go for first. I run it with a Nefa Ino and it rotates so fast that getting enough ER seems kind of impossible. Okay. Yeah, like, she doesn't desperately need her burst every rotation because all it represents is a little bit of extra swirl damage. Like, it doesn't do any buffing. It pretty rarely matters for healing. Is it new kit intended for double animo? Not necessarily. I guess we can maybe assume. Maybe we can't assume this, but there is a reasonable chance that she runs double animo. But I assume there's going to be like a cryo stellar swirl enabler, and I will likely be wanting to do some solo animo stuff with her. Crown my skill and her ult is level 9. I still only have my ult at level 6. And I don't have plans to take it any higher. Yeah, I feel like let's take a moment. Should I take a moment to try to prioritize what crowns I want? I've done this before, and then I just lost the list, and I split it up into skill, burst, and normal attacks, and I feel like that didn't help me. Snacks with Farina heal something stupid. But you don't play her with Farina, I found. It's so difficult to get her fucking burst in solo Hydra teams, and her healing... I just haven't bothered. If I do play her with more Farina, I might take her burst to level 8. My Mizuki is going to be a fanfare monster if I get my C4. Then she'll become Yehoda! Yippee! She'll just be a slightly worse Yehoda. Oh, hey guys. How are you doing? Like, I've just found it to be unnecessary. I found taking her burst any higher to be pretty unnecessary. Because, for Mizuki, because it doubles the healing when Mizuki is the one to pick it up. It always feels like it's more than enough for Mizuki, and it's never enough for people who aren't Mizuki. That is just my vibe when it comes to Mizuki healing. So I feel like it's not that big of a deal to take it to level 8. Which I'm not fucking crowning her burst. I'm never crowning her burst. Unless they attach some significant damage to it, I'm not crowning her burst. Close to being able to take it up to level 7. My list, I just write what I want to crown and why I want to crown the unit. Made me realize some of them are pointless. I think most of the crowns that I want to do right now at this point are pointless. Let me work this out in my head, okay? Right now, I think the most impactful crown would be Mona. C6 Mona does significant damage with her normal attacks, and me not having her normal attacks crowned is just kind of nuking her damage for no reason. Are we still getting a bunch of character reviews? We are not anymore. We have not for 20 whole minutes. I got 20 minutes of reprieve from character reviews.
Sweet dreams.
So, like, yeah, I can do double animo. I've been playing her with Prune. I have plans to play her with Farzan, but I want to be able to play her in solo animo. How many crowns do you have left? 3. I have fucking 3. Where are they? So I really, really gotta prioritize. I be using these things. I be crowning my abilities. So I think right now, my most impactful crowns... Prune Burst might be the lowest priority. Prune Burst might be the lowest priority. I think right now, highest priority is Mona Normals, like I just said. Order probably goes Mona Normals, because I do like DPS Mona. I have been enjoying DPS Mona. Where the fuck is she? There. No. Burst could go higher. Burst could go higher. But, like, 2 charged attacks do as much as her burst does. My Prune run with level... Yeah, no, Prune doesn't need talent levels. Prune really does not need talent levels, but I like Prune, so I'm going to be crowning Prune. That's why she's the lowest priority. Because her talent levels do very, very little. But I want to crown her because I like her, and I want to show that I like her. Like, I fucking crowned Inefa. Inefa does not need a crown. Inefa barely needs her talents leveled at all, but I like Inefa, so I took her to this level of talents. I fucking double crowned Sino. Even previously, like, yeah, his burst was important to level for the normal attack multiplier, his skill was important to level, but he got so much damage out of reactions and out of ascension passives. He gets, like, the Duststalker bolts are all ascension passive, the fucking buff that he gets to his normals and skills, that's all ascension passive. So it's very unnecessary to crown Sino, but I double crowned him. Is your Goro triple crowned? Nobody is triple crowned, but my Goro is single crowned. Again, really not worth it, but it's something. It is something. You get like fucking 40 defense from it or whatever. What would you say is the best DPS Mona team? I mean, right now, I think it's just like, it's Lohen Premium, but with Mona instead of Lohen. It's Durin Melt with Seatlali, where Mona replaces Lohen. I could be wrong about that, but I think to do like her more higher DPS, interesting vape stuff, you kind of need specific enemies to be doing it. Hera's real good at enabling silly Mona shit. Guess who's double crowned? Mika Schmidt? He's not. Maybe on your account. But yeah, nobody's triple crowned. Emily is going to be the first triple crowned. Which Emily's normals actually do a somewhat significant amount of damage. I've been doing some DPS Emily stuff. A little bit more DPS Emily stuff recently. Where is she? There she is. I realized I was like, oh fuck. I feel like Fischl is the one who's getting replaced in this team by Nicole and not Bennett. I feel like you still use Durin Bennett, but you don't use Fischl anymore. But I've gotten this to push like 110k DPS. And her normals are not an insignificant amount of this team's damage. They get red shredded by Durin. She gets damage bonus from Bennett. She gets damage bonus from Nicole. She gets regular damage bonus from this. She gets regular damage bonus from her weapon. So her normals actually do a kind of significant amount of damage in on-field Emily team. Obviously, it's mostly her skill and her burst. But you can get some numbers out of this team. Where is this? Because she gets so much. She gets passed on pyre damage bonus by this team, and her kit and her signature give her so much generic damage bonus. I used 55 crowns since the start of the game. Shall we count how many crowns I've used? It's a lot. On-field Emily sounds like someone's considering C6. We're just speaking nonsense. We are just speaking straight up nonsense. Do you know who I am? I'm never, like, me, what I do, me and Saluna first talked, and he knew that Emily was my favorite unit. He asked me, he was like, I'm interested to see how you feel about the fact that I have Emily C1 and I refuse to activate it. And I was like, it's an incredible bit. It's number one, it's very funny. And number two, that's something that I would do regardless, because Emily does not need constellations to be good. And I don't want to have to make that, like, I am the Emily motherfucker at this point. I am the Emily motherfucker, and I want to be able to, like, properly portray Emily without having to say, oh, but this one has constellations. So, like, she performs much worse for that. Like, I can't deactivate the constellations. So, I want to be able to show her off at a C0 level. And yes, I have R1, but I can take that off if I need to. And I did take that off, and I was able to clear Stygian with Aloy with an R0 Emily. Anyways. Like, look at that shit. Level 6 normals, 30k charge attack.
I think
3k fucking charge attack.
This'll brighten up the place.
That don't hurt.
Story has only just begun. Let's light it up.
What am I doing?
Stand. A little ambiance. Neutralize. Such defiance. Story has only just begun.
Now I'm a little bit behind on Bennett. And I am also a tiny bit behind on Emily energy. There we go.
Russian floral. Extract. Begun. Teamwork is dreamwork. This'll brighten up the place. Neutralize.
Am I on the wrong build on someone? I don't remember, but I was getting like around 7k or so higher than this previously. New session is Vodyanica. Time to swipe that card. What happened? Emily Sig? Oh. Now I won't get another chance for 2 years? You know what that is? That's time to save. You have 2 whole... fucking... what's it called? You have 2 whole years to save for Emily's signature on a rerun. Have you addressed the PV-shaped elephant in the room? Yes, I did. I watched it as soon as it came out on stream. I was streaming when it came out because I was already kind of going late that day, and everybody convinced me that it would be funny if I stayed long enough. I stayed live long enough to watch the PV. It was fine. I don't feel much about any of the characters yet. Mitya is the only one that I have much interest in. I think SNEZHNAYA is largely going to be a region that I pull based on kit. Leaks do say most of their visions. I think we have 3 visions. Leaks, we're not listening to leaks, okay? We're not listening to leaks. We're at the fucking time, we're at the period of time where, hold on, let's just, for context. Alright, this isn't what I was looking for, but... Roadmap via HXG. Love that. I'm looking for, fucking Lohan, parentheses, standard. All the units are right in the order. But yeah. Let's look at r/Genshin impact leaks. Right now it is prime time for lying, and everybody is just looking to get their slice of attention. So don't trust many leaks right now. It's a really bad time to be trusting leaks. Nod, cry, roadmap. The roadmaps are always hilariously wrong. If we go back and we look at like some of the roadmaps from earlier this year, 6.x roadmap. Subjective strength evaluation. What the fuck is this? Top tier, Columbina from 6.3 and Alice. Second tier, Dern and Nicole. Third tier, Varka, Lightkeeper, Nefer, and Lauma, all with standard strong performance. What the fuck does this mean, dude? Alice, by the way. Alice. Alice is so top tier. I mean what? What do you mean? Wait, did I see that? Animo DPS purely focused on animo damage? Oh my god, focused on pure animo damage. Fucking moron alert. Moron alert. Like, Keeper is... Well, where's Flint's? What do they talk about Flint's? Flint's is not mentioned otherwise. So I think Lightkeeper is supposed to be Flint's. It was right that the 4 stars are the weakest? Crazy. Who would have guessed this? Oh my god. Only triggered with water and require non-cry citizenship, so before the 6.3 Columbine arrives, your non-cry team must include Ino to trigger Lunar Bloom and Lunar Charted. Lunar Charted, dude. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Lunar Chard. Guys, I can't wait. I can't wait. Fuck. I can't do a funny effect on this. Pretend I... Hold on. Can I do a funny effect on this? Oh my god, guys, look out. Look out, guys. It's Lunar Chard. Fuck. Look out. I know is triggering Lunar Chard. The combo was rumored earlier. Now it's being confirmed again. Nicole is a cryo support for off-field application designed to pair with Alice. Interesting. 6.x roadmap. Male Lightkeeper, Electrocharge Lightkeeper. That is actually some good information. Hello. Female daughter of Frostmoon. Element Geo. Crystallize Pseudo Nilu. Expected release 6.0 second half. Nefer. Pyro. Escoffier type. Multifunctional support. Durin. Pyro. Vaporized DP. Like, this is...
Coming with me to buy a copy of today's
What the fuck is going on, man? White Horse Fairy, Animo. Roll Pseudo Nilu. Everyone's a fucking Nilu. Everybody's a goddamn Nilu. Alice and Cryo Nicole. People were just saying shit. We can't, like, even if they have somewhat good information, like, most people said that fucking White Horse was gonna be Animo, because maybe we had some information to report that. Things can be changed in beta. We do love Nilu, though. We adore Nilu. But yeah, right now, we're not trusting leaks. Right now, we are not trusting any leaks. They don't matter. They're not important. So I can't believe how Geo Lauma was and how Pyro Nefer was. I'm so happy we got Lunar Vaporize. I believe in the leaks that sound the funniest. Yeah, just wait for beta. Worst leaks are the ones trying to do meta. I love the leakers who, like, even if they have good information, leakers who try to guess meta standpoints always get it wrong because they're just stupid and they don't understand how the game works. And they don't know what type of stuff will be good. Like, we barely know what type of stuff will be good in beta. It's so hard to judge what units will be good, even when we have good beta information. Like, motherfuckers Doom posted Varka, and now he's in 2nd place. Now with his current team, people Doom posted Varka because he didn't have his full team, and now with his full team, he's in 2nd place. The White Horse Fairy is Animo because she's green, exactly. So right now, the only information that we know about visions are the visions that we have actually physically seen. Which is what? Odette, I know we have seen she has a cryo linchpin. Vodyanica has a regular hydro vision. And is there a third one? I do believe there is a third one. Which are the leakers who do the Q&A ones? I love them. I love the Q&A ones. Computer? Computer? Please, give me r/Genshin impact. Also, fuck you. I don't know when Reddit changed this, but now if you're in a subreddit, if you search, it used to be where it would only search in the subreddit, but now you have to type in the name of the subreddit before you search anywhere. And I hate this. Arlecchino Q&A. Yeah, what the fuck is this? Why is it telling me Arlecchino mains? Fatui HQ. I don't... Shut up. Characters? So, like, this is probably the only semi-reliable information that we have so far. Cryostellar reaction support plus Electro 4-star. I think there is going to be a Cryostellar reaction support. Don't know of what elemental type, what reaction type. And I assume, just based on vibes, we are likely going to be getting the Wolf Boy. The Wolf Boy with the gun. I assume he is our Electro 4-star. Vibes are telling me this. Arlecchino crumbs from Uncle K. She can deal with multiple enemies. Where's the fucking one? I hate this. Big Hu Tao. She can use Bennett, but doesn't need him. I'm trying to find the Q&A where they said she takes off her clothes for her burst. That's what we're trying to find. I would be surprised to only see one's 5-star on 7.0. I think it's pretty much confirmed that we're getting Cryo Traveler. So, like, even though that's not a limited 5-star, that is a 5-star that we'll be getting. I don't know. Electro 4-star from teaser last patch. He'll be the 7.0 Ino/Kachina. Well, I mean, I think Cryo Traveler is going to be the Ino/Kachina. I think that is much more likely. SNEZHNAYA is Geo! Yippee! SNEZHNAYA is Geo, because vibes. But yeah, the leaks at this point are just completely unreliable. And there's no reason to take much of it seriously. There's only reason to, like, speculate and think about, oh, it might be cool if this happened. Who would you expect them to put 2 5-stars because it's a big patch, so there will be a lot of players, which means a lot of money? Yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do. Does Traveler doesn't usually count for the 17 for the year, right? No, I want Character Archive. We get 17 characters a year, and Cryo Traveler usually doesn't count towards that total. Looking at Fontaine, it's 15, 16, 17. Yeah, no Cryo Traveler. For Natlan, 17, yep. Although I do believe that these two counted towards the 17. Yeah, Mannequin and Mannequin account towards the 17 for Not Cry. Which sucks! Sucks ass! It is the same character. But for some reason, they both count towards the 17. Kinda need a Stellar Swirl unit, though, unless Odette enables it on launch. Need it? Why? What makes you say that? I imagine that they will introduce Stellar Swirl, but it's not, like, necessary. Because that's what they did with Not Cry, is they introduced Lunar, or they introduced Lunar Charge, the patch before Not Cry came out, and then they introduced Lunar Bloom, the patch that came out. So it would make sense for them to do a similar thing with Stellar stuff, but it's not, like, necessary or anything. Unless I'm, like, forgetting something. If Aloy didn't happen, then Kirara would have released during Inazuma with a different element. Oh my god, wait, you might be right. Oh my god, is that why fucking Kirara's ID number is so high? Because she was supposed to release when Aloy came out and then they had to push her back? Jesus fucking Christ. That's incredible. That's really funny. Kachina wasn't... Yeah, Kachina wasn't the Ino of Natlan. Pirate Traveler was. That's a good point. Like, Kachina was our free 4-star of the patch, but, like, she wasn't... She was... she wasn't our Archon equivalent, which is generally what the purpose that the Traveler serves. They are a downgraded version of their regional Archon. And Pyro Traveler was that for Natlin. Aloy saved us from Kirara being 4-star Zhongli. Was she supposed to be Geo? Thank God. Kirara ID 61, Aloy ID 62. Fuck me. So yeah, for anybody who doesn't know what the hell I'm talking about, Kirara has a really low character ID, and you can tell because in this menu, characters are sorted by their ID. Like they're divided up by element, but they're also sorted by ID, which determines that's why all of the characters are listed in their order of release. Because Sucrose has the lowest ID of all the Animo 4 stars, then Sayu because she came out in 2.0, then Heizo because he came out in 2.8, Farzan, Lynette, so on, so on. They're all listed in order of release. But Kirara, who released after both of these guys, is listed as the first Ender unit because she has the lowest ID. Placeholder on sheets is Animo if they haven't decided yet, so she was Geo. Her OG Geo sheet. Oh my god. So that probably also affected Shiori a little bit. Because they love, I swear to God, like we do get some, I should say this, because we get a lot of leaks that are not reliable for current content. Like, remember all the fucking standard physical polearm Wriothesley leaks? I definitely think that a little bit of Wriothesley was reused in Flints and Lohen. Like, a little bit of his general design was reused for Flints and Lohen. And that's kind of where those leaks went. There's nothing that, like, proves this. This is just vibes. But we also got leaks for, you know, a Sumeru Desert Mummy Girl who did, like, charge shot shit. She had a bow. And I think that got reused into what Sethos became. Yeah, there are all sorts of situations like that. Where they, like, change around character concepts and they reuse them in different ways. So leaks can be a way to kind of look into the future, but it's not with much certainty at all. Is that why Kirara is so tied to Chiori in the story? Is she? Perhaps. I think a lot of wrong leaks simply got changed. These days leaker are ass, but there was a time. I'm actually we were looking at the fucking what's it called? The roadmap for Nod Cry, and it was saying that Nefer was a Pyro Escoffier and Durin was a Pyro Vaporized DPS. But obviously, like, Nefer wasn't a Pyro unit, but that pretty succinctly describes both of Durin's modes. So I think that was just a mix-up of information. Like, Durin, it's reductive to call him a Pyro Escoffier, but, like, if you're a dumbass fucking leaker and all you can see is numbers and you don't know how to play the game, yeah, Durin is a Pyro Escoffier because he shreds res. That is crazy to say. I wish we had Mummy instead of Sethos in my chat. It's wild. Think people think concepts art mean full character, which isn't true? Yeah. I think that the leaks... Generally, there is some information there, but leaks aren't reliable because that information is nowhere near finalized, and sometimes it is made up. So it's bad information mixed in with good information, and it's good information that is not necessarily going to stay true. So it's still kind of bad information. Which is why I always just wait until beta. That's why I always just wait until beta to make any actual decisions. Get the fuck out of here. Seven point 7.0 beta is in 3 days, right? I hope. It happens at slightly different times, but I do believe it is in... It should happen Tuesday, right? Yeah, Tuesday, the 30th. Final day. After the leaker hunt decree, all the leaks got a lot worse. Did they? I guess we had some better leaks before that, but, like, I'm trying to think. We did have Leaker Hunt Decree in like uh late Sumeru right before Fontaine. Maybe I just don't think it was that bad because I didn't really follow leaks before we went into Fontaine. Foul is a big loss. I don't even remember Foul. I remember some things from Foul. What did Foul do? My god, the Reddit search is just worthless. Yeah, no, Reddit search is just worthless. I can't use it. Why are all search engines just getting worse? Why is everything that you can search something in, why are they all just getting worse over time? What's up with that? They used to all be so good. Google used to be good, YouTube used to be good. AI, but it's like a lot of times, I mean, like Google, you can kind of pin it on AI, but like then you can scroll down and skip it. But like YouTube, they don't have an excuse for AI stuff there. They just show you bad videos. Like that's all their algorithm. That's nothing to do with AI. They just are like, hey, you want to watch these same 10 videos that we already suggested you on your homepage? And it's like, no, I don't. If I wanted to watch the videos on my homepage, I'd be on my homepage. Why are you showing me to these on my fucking search tab? Like that's just them. And same thing with Reddit, I think. It's just like, why do I now have to include the name of the subreddit in my search? And now I can't even, like, when I include the name of the subreddit in my search, I don't even get only results from that subreddit. Free Ayaka at AR40 and Yao Yao released with the Kazun 1.5. Those are my favorite good old leaks. Well, Yao Yao was another unit who, her ID is lower than when she got released. Like, Yao Yao, her final design got released, I think, right before the game came out. It still works the same on mobile, so it's just desktop? Fuck you. Yeah, Yao Yao existed since like 1.2, so there were always rumors about it. There were always rumors about her. Yao Yao was in the original beta. I know she was used as a placeholder. Yao Yao was a very, very early unit design. Doop deep doop dop. Going back to this. But they fixed her ID, so she's correctly placed in Excel item. Yeah. Don't know why they fixed her and nobody else. Oh, hello. Wonderful situation. I can use this to farm friendship on Prune.
Upside down.
Ayaka, yeah, Ayaka was very early. Which is, I think, why they both got a lot of rumors. Like, I don't know if those were ever leaked. I think most of those were just rumors. But again, what is the difference between a leak and a rumor? The biggest leak that I can think of is when we got, like, the entire Sumeru cast before the fucking patch even came out. Let me see if I can find this. Yeah, this shit. This is the only, like, important, reliable leak that I can remember. Everything else always seemed to be a little bit more up in the air. But we got designs on... Are we missing anybody? We don't have Layla here. We don't have Sino here. We don't have Candace here. Like, this wasn't even... This was a decent amount of the units that came out that patch. But this wasn't nearly all of them. No Yao Yao, but Yao Yao. Like, no Yao Yao or Baiju, but Yao Yao and Baiju were both very early on designs that people thought about. Like, they knew they were going to come out in Sumeru for a long time. Wanderer was already... Well, Wanderer also got a redesign. There's all the story characters, not Sino. But yeah, we didn't get the Wanderer redesign. And look, they even got the names right. Except for Nahida. Ah, what the fuck is this? They didn't get Nahida name right. But I mean, it's technically correct. Story from 3.0. Was Sino not in 3.0 at all? He was not? Crazy. Oh yeah, you know what? That all makes sense now. I'm remembering. I just didn't realize. I knew he only got introduced in 3.1, but I didn't know if he was only relevant to the story in 3.1. Being at the start of the skin color flame. I guess, yeah, because Dea was the only one. Dea was literally the only one. And she's like very slightly darker than everybody else. Oh yeah, no Kave. But Kave I think also wasn't in the story in 3.0. Did we miss anybody? No Kirara. Kirara came out that year. No Farazan. That's another one. But it seems consistent with, yeah, these were the story NPCs in 3.0. Did you know that Farazan? I did not know that Farazan. No Mika. I legitimately forgot.
Still need to
Layla
get
was the
to
first unit that I
Laura's
mentioned.
financial report.
Because I was looking and I was thinking of 4 stars, and I saw Cole, I saw Dory, and I was like, no Candace, no Layla. But Layla never appeared in any stories. Isn't Kirara from... Yes, Kirara's from Inazuma, but Kirara was from the Sumeru patch. I'm not saying that this is a pointless leak because it doesn't have Kirara in it. I'm just trying to figure out exactly what was going on and who we were talking about. But Kirara was released in that cycle. She was the last unit in the 3.x to come out. She was 3.7? Or was she 3.8? I think Kave came out with Baiju? Did he? I vaguely remember that, because I feel like I remember getting Kaves when I was wishing for Baijus. Get no more blood in people's eyes. Character event. But yeah, he released with Kave. I wish Kave had been a 5-star. Alright, you know what? Kave fans are the only ones who get to complain about that. Because Kave genuinely got done dirty. Kave is one of those motherfuckers who's up there for potential worst unit in the game. And at least being a 5-star would have guaranteed him some use cases, but still, like, even during Sumeru, the real 5-stars were sometimes 4 stars. The real fucking prize on Wanderer's banner was Farazan. Farazan, I think it might have been contentious when Wanderer first came out, but I don't think it's particularly contentious anymore. Farazan is a way better unit. Like, miles better. Farazan's still fucking crazy to this day. She is the reason why we haven't really gotten a traditional limited Animo DPS. Like, we haven't... The only Animo DPS that we've gotten since her release was Venti. And he was a unit that used to be worthless and got buffed to be better. They haven't tried to sell a new Animo DPS after Farazan's release. The 2 Animo unit, or we've gotten 3 Animo units in, I'm talking limited Animo units in Shanyun, who is not a DPS, but can be DPS because Farazan is that fucking good. And then we got Chaska and we got Varka, who neither of them want Farazan. Every Animo character will be balanced around Farazan. Yeah, and they were. Like, all the Animo 4-stars were balanced around Farazan. They had to be. Because, like, fucking Aoife C6? Why do you think Aoife C6 got nerfed in beta? Because Farazan. Farazan would have made him too good. I miss when they were doing 4-star DPS. I really, really want to see some more creative 4-star designs in the upcoming year. And I don't really have high hopes, because I really, really do love Prune's design as a 4-star, But I do think that they were trying very hard to restrict her to Varka teams. They didn't do it completely, but she is much harder to use outside of Varka teams, and you lose a lot of her value outside of Varka teams. But she is still good enough that she can be used as a generic unit in a lot of different situations. That I really, really do love her design. Yeah, Aoife C6 used to be 120% of his initial shots scaling instead of 120% attack, which is just so much more damage. Looking at his crown multiplier, his level 13 skill, 283. 283 times 1.2 is 220% motion value. Wait, what the fuck? I did not do the math correctly. That's lower. 283 times 1.2. I think I did 183. That's 340%. He had his special shots, his shots from his C6 were doing 340% attack instead of the existing 120. They nerfed it by 220% attack. Equal / better than Wanderer as an Animo crit carry? Yeah, because he had access to such a good crit set. Between Codex and Farazan, Aoife just could do crazy shit. Which, I mean, I think it would have been fine. He would have been fine. Being as good as Wanderer is still not a good unit. But he would have been a better Wanderer. He would have just been Wanderer with more quality of life. Like, he wouldn't have shaken up the meta at all. He came out with fucking Escoffier. He came out at the same time as motherfucking Escoffier. The game would not have broken open if he was doing Wanderer levels of DPS only at C6. But I guess they still wanted a reason to sell Wanderer. So they nerfed him. And that wouldn't have happened if Farazan didn't exist. Delicious. DPS really rarely shape the meta anyways, much less 4-star. Yeah, it's really the only DPS. I don't know. I was going to start talking, but then I was going to get into what constitutes as shaping the meta, and I don't think I have the wherewithal to really have that conversation. That's a fucking difficult conversation to have. And I don't know if I'm in a headspace to do that. They made Fremine doing as much damage as Eula, so it could have happened. But also... yeah, maybe. Maybe. I was gonna say Eula was having it really rough, but... like, Fremine deletes most of the reason to go for Eula, besides if you just like Eula. I still think that Wanderer is very, very... even though he doesn't do as much damage as Wanderer, I think his better quality of life makes him a lot more competitive with Wanderer. Like, he would have just been better. Even if he did slightly less damage than Wanderer, I think his quality of life was enough to make up for it, that if he came out in that unnerfed state, he would have just been better in every way. Even if he was doing, like, fucking 5 or 10k less DPS. Could be a video? What could be a video? A lot of things could be a video. From a Stellar Shadow Sorely. Oh yeah, that was funny. That was a really, really funny call out that I made. That was a very funny call out that I made where I was like, well, Sandrone is a Cryo Claymore DPS, and we have been missing that one. We have been missing our other Cryo Claymore DPS for 2 years at this point. So maybe that's how he makes his comeback. And that banner leak I am a lot more inclined to believe. Because banner leaks are often data mined from, at least 4-star banner leaks are data mined from trials. One more time by Daft Punk, you got it. So, I would really... I do expect Fremine to be on that banner. Play next. Close enough? Yeah. I'd say maybe... what even is it? What even are the leaks on the banner? What even are the leaks on the banner? I forgot. Is it... no, not best. That's an oxymoron. There are no best posts on r/Genshin Impact leaks. New. Hi, Wheelie. How you doing? Yeah, we do have banner leaks. Hey, Sandrone. What the fuck, girl? They, like, released her little animated trailer right when the, when people were expecting the PV to come out. And then they released... I still find it hilarious that they released the SNEZHNAYA fucking trailer at the exact same time that they lifted the gates on Sandrone creator server videos. They fucking nuked. Here it is. I'm stupid. Here it is. Yehoda seems to be rerunning awful quickly, in my opinion. Who's second half? It's yeah, Bina Raiden. I don't know why I blanked so hard on that. Sethos isn't incredibly surprising, but he does also feel like he's rerunning kind of quickly. The lesbians, do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? No Sara. That is a... Yeah, no Sara. Maybe it actually is Sara. I'm also thinking, like, Aino? Where's Aino? It's been longer since Aino came out. Hydrate, thank you. You know what? I did just drink water. I did just drink water. We're gonna count that as a hydrate. You know what? No. I can't cheat you of your points. I'll have more. And it was on Tsibai? Yeah, Tsibai was in 6.3. This is 6.7. Oron, I think he needs a comeback. Sethos might be changed to Sara, perhaps. Neither of them are particularly valuable. She was also with Linnea, was she? I don't remember. I didn't wish on that banner. Oh my god, she was. Tsibai and Linnea banner were fucking identical. Seth is there for playing a full team with Bina? I mean, I guess. He's an Electro on-fielder, so he could be the Raiden stand-in. Okay, never mind. Aino doesn't need a rerun. But still, Yehoda's rerunning awful fast. They like to put full teams on banners now. Yeah, they look to... I mean, they don't put, like, great teams on banners, but they put, like, somewhat functional teams on most banners now. Which, I'd say... I'm split about it, because it is nice to be able to have a functional team on a banner, so if someone's new and just pulling, they have, like, something that works if they get every unit that's on there. But I don't like it because of how it impacts 4-star reruns. Certain 4-stars feel like they get reruns much more often. Xinyan had her last rerun in 5.0. Alright, well... Xinyan. Hopefully we don't get another Lantern Rite unit next year, so I can pick Xinyan again. I actually do hope that we get another Lantern Rite unit next year. That fucking sucks that we didn't get a Lantern Rite unit this year. God damn, I forgot about that. Wait, they've been evil this year. No standard unit? No Lantern Rite unit? No event weapons? 2 of the characters for this year were Mannequin and Mannequina? They've been fucking wicked this year. We're not done yet with the year? No, we know what's coming out next patch. Lunar turned them evil. Fremi has been missing since Arle debut. Yeah. Like, Fremi's more deserving of a rerun based on time and based on synergy on this banner. Kolekon was diabolical. Oh my fucking god, that was evil. They give us a Kole Con. What the hell is that about? Don't give us an event character that's free from permanent sources from 2 places! Right? Oh, no. I'm forgetting. She's only free in Abyss, right? But that's our fucking 3rd free Kole. We got 1 in the 3.0 intro event, we got 1 at Abyss, and we got 1 from this upcoming event. That's the first time that they've repeated a character from an event that wasn't Lantern right? Official? Oh, yeah, I forgot. I wasn't playing for the 1.1 event. I forgot that she was free in 1.1. Xiangling was the Abyss freebie, but also Kole. Both of them are free from Abyss. They love giving away the sickly child. I mean, like, Kole's not a bad unit, but she's far from the best. Some character info. Danica. Wait, this was 1 day ago? Alyosha is her... What the fuck? Who? Alyosha? Who is that? Who even is that? Vesna, there's Danica. Also, this fucking... I don't know why, I just get the vibe that we are not getting her anytime soon. She just strikes me as a very late version unit. Wolf Boy, oh, okay, cool. But this leak says that we're getting her next version. She just, like, entirely vibes. Entirely based on vibes. I feel like we're not getting her for a while. Let me close some of these pages. These don't need to be open. This one does need to be open. This one doesn't. This one... Actually, no, I did finish that. We are not getting Ellen Joe in 7.0. What does this mean? She is on the express? What does that mean? She's on the train. Leak assumes Sarita will become her maid. The Sarita may not be an on-field DPS. It's still unclear if she can be a main DPS, but she definitely has support capabilities. You don't know anything, dude. Ellen Joe from ZZZ. Oh, she's Don't Touch My Tail, girl. No, that's a stretch. That's a stretch. That is very much a stretch. She has a very different color palette. She has a very different demeanor. That's a stretch. They're just both maids. I feel like people have been doing this too much. Like, everyone was like, Mitya is literally what's his name? Wait, what? No, you're making that up. As a mother, Sharitza might give birth during her ult. Pray, guys, put your hands together. We can manifest... we can manifest Saritsa giving birth during Ultimate. Just like Arlecchino took off her clothes. This is your 5th maid in Genshin. Is there something you want to tell us? It's also like their 120th character. I'm not surprised that they eventually started reusing general concepts. Trope design? I guess trope designs. I don't know. That just sounds a little bit too negative for me. I know, crazy. Too negative for me. Not a single butler? What are you talking about? We got a butler. We've got a fucking butler. This is Erasure. This is erasure. Actually, you know what? I can just do it here. Erasure. Go to cosmetic plans. There we go. No butler, by the way. No butler, by the way. The Russians were obsessed with French culture, so it makes sense. All right. Love that there's a canon or reason why we're retreading so many of the same things that we did in Fontaine. Yeah, Alyosha is you. Hello, you. So we're just saying the obvious things. Except, wait, 5-star banner release 7.3. Wait, what? Sandrone, Donica, Odette, Sarita will be a team. All right, lock that one in. Let's remember this one. Anybody have enough space on their body to get this tattooed? Little Puppet says Sandrone, Danica, Odette, and Sarita will be a team. This is all meaningless information. This is all completely meaningless information. I'll put it on my forehead. Wonderful.
That dream last night tasted
This leak
wonderful.
dropped after the trailer. I know. That's why it's meaningless. Odette can deploy the stellar field? No way, dude. No way, dude. Trailer. Oh, wow, my own video comes up. I don't want the stupid fucking reactions. Oh, this is crazy. Wow, there will be characters. Oh my god, holy shit. She can deploy the stellar field? No way, dude. Is it here? Oh my god, no way. It's almost like she has a fucking stellar linchpin. Can you guys see that? Is it obscured? No, it's not. It's almost like she has a whole fucking stellar linchpin or something that we can see ourselves. Odette is Hydro. Look, she's right there. It's Cryo. Looks it's not necessary, like it isn't confirmed Cryo, but we can see a stellar linchpin right there. That looks pretty Cryo, and she looks Cryo in general. My favorite leak was Tanya not playable. Who even is? Oh yeah, Tanya fucking. That's Child's younger sister, right? Crazy.
If you ever feel down,
Tanya not playable.
go
No.
out for some fresh air.
Can I see Sethos? No. You can't. You do this too much, Gerato. If you did this like once a month, it would be a good bit. But you ask me to stop what I'm doing and show you a character too often. Twos are not playable. Ow! Fucking god. Will Child get buffed? I don't know. That's what Vodyanitz is there for. She buffs Child. She's the Child buff. The leak about the playable map, Hyperborea, is real. Thank you, DK2, for the confirmation. What is this? Valerie is 5-star. This was 2 days ago. Okay. Is this kind of meaningful? Yeah, because this was released before the trailer came out. And honestly, Valerie does indeed look like an Electro on-fielder. If I had to guess, if I saw this picture and you said, guess what position he is, I would say Electro Stellar Conduct on-fielder. And I assume that is exactly what happened with this. I don't think Little Puppet knows anything, guys. Koichi will not be playable in 7.x. This is truly the worst news ever. What will I do? What will I do about this? I always find it funny how many leaks we have once the character trailer is out. Why didn't we get these info before? I don't know. Surely they were just sitting on that information and waiting for us to see the trailer so we would know who they're talking about. Has it been long enough for me to redeem another review/showcase? Well, you can only do one per stream. So if you've already done yours, you could do it whenever you want. I was just complaining. But if you've already done yours this stream, then you're out of luck. They data mine it from the YouTube video.
Sweet dreams.
Shirley! Murder, murder, murder. Murder, murder, murder. One per stream? Yes, one per person per stream. Because I don't want the stream to become entirely reviews. So you get one per stream. Should I go elite farming? Leakers have a deadline from Hoyo when to release leaks. Yeah. They always release the leaks after the trailer comes out. Because that's when Hoyo lifts their creator server ban. It's so I can't get over that. I can't get over how they posted the SNEZHNAYA teaser at the exact same time that they lifted the gate to the Sandrone creator server. They hate her. They fucking hate her. They didn't want anybody to see the creator server videos about Sandrone. They wanted everybody to be looking at all the SNEZHNAYA characters. Why do they hate her so much? Why do they despise Sandrone? And I can say this because it has nothing to do with her it has a little bit to do with her numbers. It has to do with her constellations. But her constellations, I always feel a little bit better Doom posting constellations because constellations are a thing where it's not like they really scale with like future units and future investment. Like 30% damage bonus from C1 is always going to be 30% damage bonus from C1. That's never going to change. Constellations feel a little bit more objective to me. I think the timing was more down to the Wuwa livestream traffic. What? There was a Wuwa livestream? Maybe, but I think that them forcing forcing content server creators to wait until the SNEZHNAYA teaser was released, I think that is far more sabotage than a fucking Wuthering. Like, I didn't even know about that. I didn't know that there was a Wuthering Waves live stream because I don't play Wuthering Waves. I assume a lot more people who play Genshin care about a SNEZHNAYA teaser than about a Wuthering Waves live stream. Like, even if they do care about Wuwa, they care more about their own stuff getting in the way of guide maker things than of other people's stuff. Also, HSR lore video release. Like, I see how that could be a little bit more relevant, but still. Like, if they were looking to make it so that there wasn't any other interfering stuff, SNEZHNAYA video is top priority. They're diverting traffic away from GTA 6 pre-orders, true. Oh my god. Diverting attention away from the Strait of Hormuz. They must be. Like, that, if they're diverting attention, or if they're trying to wait so they don't divert attention away from other things, SNEZHNAYA fucking PV, top of the goddamn list. Top of the motherfucking list. Wuwa livestream, maybe that's a big deal. HSR lore video, maybe that's a big deal. If anything is going on in ZZ, maybe that's a big deal. But a big trailer for the game that it actually affects? A big trailer for the game that Sandrone is actually in? Who is directly competing? Like, yeah, they compete for attention with Wuthering Waves and with ZZZ and with HSR, but Sandrone is competing for Primogems, which is a much more like limited resource, not a much more limited resource than attention, but generally people have a harder limitation on Primogems than they do attention. That's what I find to be the case. Embargo should have been today. Yeah, embargo should have been today, as proven by my video, where I was like, I'm gonna wait a little bit until after people, like, the hype for the special program dies down, or the teaser dies down, And I'm going to try to relate it to the upcoming SNEZHNAYA stuff. And my video is doing really well because it is not in contest with anything that Hoyo put out. Firua has this thinly veiled sense of importance when there is none. I have no idea. I don't know. I don't think that's what we're talking about right now. Artifact routing. We're artifact routing. Oh wow, I already artifact routed over here. Oopsie daisy. Maybe I could go over here. Like, Wuwa has had enough relevance. Is it in 3.0 now? Am I forgetting? Did Wuwa just hit 3.0? Matters enough to have lasted this long and for me to keep hearing about it.
That tingle?
3 point something surely. Alright, yeah, we're in a new region. Rena Sita was the last time I paid attention. I don't even know. I like logged in one time during 2.0. And I keep thinking her name's Camellia because Camellia is the character that I actually kind of liked. But no. It was the ice girl that was supposed to work with Zhezha. Because I got Zhezha. And then I was like, fuck it, I'll get the DPS that works with Zhezha. And then I was like, wow, this game's fucking boring. I don't want to play it.
Picked the wrong test subject.
One region in Wuwa is not a year? What, really? Carlota, that's what it is. That's why I get confused with Camellia. Because it's another C name that has two syllables, or two consonants in a row at the end. It has a double letter at the end. Yeah, I got Carlota, and then I was like, this game's boring. Me don't want to play this game. Surprised it didn't die already? Wuwa? Why? Like, I don't really give a shit about it, but I am not an average gacha player at all. I am a very, very rare type of gacha player. So, like, just because I don't care about it, I don't expect other people to not care about it. I know a lot of people have a lot of love for the designs. Yesterday I was briefly in Soulstream and he was talking about how good a lot of the designs were, and I was like, I just don't see it. These are such generic anime characters to me that I just don't understand. I don't understand what is appealing about these characters. The gameplay is just horrible. I mean, I think gameplay, I think it has its own merits, but I'm like, again, I'm a weird person. Where Genshin is the only gacha I play consistently because I need my gacha games to sufficiently justify them being gacha. Because I fucking hate. There are so many problems with gacha, and I am just unable to put up with them because I play so many non-gacha games that are so much better that a gacha game has to be fucking incredible for me to keep playing it. And Wuwa just isn't incredible. And I don't think that's a slight on Wuwa. I mean, Genshin isn't incredible a lot of the time, but it has its own incredible aspects that I care a lot about. Like, the combat is designed in such an intentional way. The combination of, Genshin's elemental system and its energy system are, like, two of the most genius design decisions I have ever come across. The whole, like, different elemental particles have different efficacies on different characters. There are clear particles that can benefit a lot of characters at once. There are different rates at which particles can be generated. You can use certain characters to funnel particles into other characters, and reactions in general. Like, they are just such both dynamic systems that I keep coming back to Genshin, and I fucking play teams like this, even if I pull for meta units. There's no team like this that I can play in Wuthering Waves that will do as well as this. But yeah. It's like Wuwa has alright combat. I think Wuwa's combat in general feels better than Genshin's. I think Genshin's is a lot more fun to think about. But like the swapping feels better because in Wuwa, when you do a swap, there's only a 1 second cooldown on the character that you swapped from. So you can immediately swap between multiple characters if they are different characters. Which that's a cool thing. The combat is a little bit more in depth with like the parries and stuff like that. In general, I don't love how that stuff feels. In my opinion, it feels a little bit too easy to truly feel like you... Like, a lot of the stuff in combat feels too easy to perform to get any, like, meaningful sense of accomplishment out of it. But, like, I understand why people like it. It feels better. A lot of people have a lot of love for the designs. I hear that the story is good, but like I'm a big hater. I'm a big hater of gacha stories. I just think they're really fucking rough. Stories is one of the things that I think inherently becomes a negative with gacha games. Like, stories suffer when they are in gacha games because of the purposes that gacha games need to serve. I've heard good things about infield combat. I've heard good things about a lot of combat, but I've tried a lot of combat and none stick with me like Genshin do. Infield combat is good if you can keep the rotation in your head, and it can be hard. Love how I'm just not even fucking using Durin Burst this entire time.
Time to relax.
Emily, skill go! Oh, fuck. I thought I was gonna be able to have enough uptime to kill this mother freaker. NT gets their shit together for putting more things to do in game, as it's a comfy middle ground between Genshin and WoW is easy. Like, yeah, that's what I just find about NTE, and that's what's so baffling about it. And that's why I want to talk about it more, because NTE, all the best content has nothing to do with the gacha. It's just a bunch of side modes that are all the best things to do. I don't do the endgame in NTE at all. I don't like being in a city all the time in NTE. That's just a preference thing. Yeah, I understand that. I think it does make the exploration suffer a little bit more. And I guess it's nice to hear that they're doing something that's not a city for the next update, but I wish it were, like, a bit more of a middle ground.
Reconstitute.
Go! Packed 1,000 anime references into the map as Easter eggs? Oh, okay, well those didn't work for me. Because I am not a big anime fan. I feel like the ones that I found and understood were just corny. They just felt corny to me. Where are some more places I can go for artifacts? I can go farm some elites over here. Beep. Genshin team building makes me feel like a witch cooking potions. You know, tell me you... I have watched AOT. I actually haven't finished AOT. I watched all the show, but I didn't see the movie. I know the movie is supposed to end things off. But I've seen, like, the basic ones. I've seen Attack on Titan. I've seen Cowboy Bebop. I've seen Evangelion. I think the only one out of all of those that I really loved was Cowboy Bebop.
A little ambiance. Extract.
After seeing his anime list, Soul is a massive anime fan, so it makes sense he likes Wuwa designs. Okay, alright, yeah. Yeah, I really, really am not. I watch very little anime. If you can kind of like corny, no, I'm not watching Spy X Family. I'm not doing that. I'm sorry, I would love to give you a little bit more goodwill here, but Spy X Family looks like everything that I would hate in an anime. I really like I feel like I don't intentionally try to stay away from tropey anime stuff, but I just never tend to like it. I feel like I've given it shots in the past and I've never really liked it all that much. Like what? I think maybe a good example is I've seen both. What? I've seen both fucking. I'm forgetting the name. Nichijou and Psyche-K, and I prefer Nichijou by a fucking country mile. Because Psyche-K, it feels like very anime. Like it's funny. I do enjoy Psyche-K, but it feels very inexplicably anime humor. I feel like if I thought about this harder, I could get into it more. But Nichijou feels more like it's subverting anime tropes. How about Mob Psycho? I've read a decent amount of Mob Psycho, and I really do love Mob Psycho. I have to pick up more of the books, but I am a big fan of Mob Psycho. I didn't love One Punch Man as much, but Mob Psycho is like my shit. Mob Psycho is exactly the type of stuff I love. Come on.
Russian floral.
Don't knock it till you try it for the 10th time. But yeah, I'm just not a big anime person. Like what? I'm trying to think. Some of my favorite anime things, it's like I do like Ghost in the Shell, but like a lot of the anime things that I like are just like very not anime. Like Ghost in the Shell is an anime art style, but it doesn't kind of go with a lot of the traditional anime kind of story. I mean, I don't really know. I feel like I'm generalizing here because anime is just an art style. It's not necessarily a story style. What I say when I say anime stuff, I guess I'm thinking of like more popular anime stylings of storytellings. What about Studio Ghibli stuff? Oh yeah, I mean like that's more stuff that I don't. I've seen a lot of Ghibli movies and I love a lot of Ghibli movies. Howl's is one of my favorite. But that doesn't feel like it counts as anime so much. Again, it's like a shaky line. It's a very shaky line, and you shouldn't take anything that I'm saying like 1,000,000,000% seriously. Like the ones that leave the beaten path of Japanese media, yeah, I guess. Although I do also really like Yu-Gi-Oh! I need to watch more Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Is so much fun. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is such a great show. I think I really enjoy it mostly because I don't watch a lot of anime, and it is just like the ultimate stupid bullshit anime. Oh my god. My wallpaper on my laptop is, where the fuck is it? Let me see if I can pull this up. Sorry. How about JoJo? No, I haven't watched any JoJo. JoJo is also something that doesn't really feel like it interests me. How the fuck do I search for this? I'm trying to think of how I word this. There's just fucking... Like, every single time... Hold on. I can't even find it anymore. Oh, hold on. Maybe if I look up GIF. I feel like I should be able to find it if I look up GIF. Yes. Yes.
So much to
I
learn
found
about
it.
Human interactions like
On my fucking laptop.
Where should I put my hands when
The
I
lock
relax?
screen.
I just
Fucking
really
stop playing
can't
over and
get
over.
friends with
The
everyone.
lock screen is this fucking picture, and my wallpaper is him when he's like doing the negative with his hand out. Because this for people who haven't watched Yu-Gi-Oh, every single time the main character makes his fucking dark magician do something, it just plays this little stock animation. So he's like, dark magician, fucking murder this dog. He does this animation. Dark magician, peel his skin off. Does this animation. Every single time. I love it. It's just the ultimate corny bullshit anime. And I was saying, I don't know if it's because I just haven't watched a lot of anime, but it's so funny to me. I love Yu-Gi-Oh so much. Have you heard of Hanako-kun? I think I have. I don't know anything about it. Probably wouldn't care about it. Is that fucking Toilet Bound? Mr. Toilet Bound? I have also seen Angel's Egg, yeah. Angel's Egg was one, I took a class on transhumanism, and that was one of the projects we watched. But yeah, it is Mr. Toilet Bound. That alone has pushed me away. Frankly, I don't care if it's good. I am judging a book by its cover. I probably also just wouldn't care for it. Like, even if I cared enough to actually get into it, I doubt that I would enjoy it. But I am judging a book by its cover, and I'm never reading that shit. Five Ds in the most perfect way as good wasted potential? I don't even know what that is. 5Ds? Hi, Bane Renmei is one of my favorite animes. It's not taught like you guys. You're just saying names to me. I don't know any of these. I don't know what's going on here. We are just saying names. Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay, Yu-Gi-Oh! Like I'm a fake fan. I admit I haven't watched much of Yu-Gi-Oh! But the parts of it that I have watched, I fucking adore. The corniness of the, what's it called? Fucking, they have, what's it called? The decks? The fucking, what are they called? On their arms. There's a name for them, but I'm forgetting it. This is proving how much of a fake fan I am. But they have the fucking, like, launcher attached to their arms. Pot of Greed meme always talks to me. Dual discs! Yes, thank you. Dual discs, it's so, like, beautifully corny. Something about, like, Pokeballs doesn't feel that corny. Like, I feel like Pokeballs have been... They feel like they make a little bit of sense. And maybe that's just also a fact of, like, Pokeballs have been in the cultural conscious for so long that they feel kind of less corny. But putting a fucking, like, device on your wrist to duel cards is so hilarious. It's so funny. I love how all in they go on it. And, like, my grandfather's deck has no bad cards. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Let's go. Economia. Hunt down some bishops. Hunt down some freaking bishops. Elites. I'm just feeling like murdering today. Opinions on Magical Girls? They're fine. I haven't watched any Magical Girl shows. I have been meaning, I don't know why, but Sailor Moon speaks to me. I've always wanted to watch Sailor Moon, but I just haven't done it. Pokeballs are discreet enough that it's not cringe. Just colored balls, but a whole device. Yeah, yeah. It feels so over the top. It feels so camp that I can't help but love dual discs. Such a beautiful piece of technology. Sailor Moon's a classic. I think I would probably enjoy it. Although it is just kind of a show about friendship. Am I wrong? Like it is, it's a kids show in the way that Yu-Gi-Oh is a kids show. Not that that's a bad thing. I've just been talking about how much I love Yu-Gi-Oh. But I just want to be clear on what type of show it is. What about Beyblades? I was never a big Beyblade kid. I was never a big Beyblade kid. I didn't ever play with the toys. You know what was my thing? Just because one of my friends was interested in it, I never got a ton. But one of my friends liked Bakugan. So I had a few Bakugan. I never watched the show either.
Sweet dreams.
But I fucking loved the little balls that unfolded. Thank you for the hydrate, Catagoose.
A cheap
Ah!
shot.
Watch MHA, you'll love it, trust me. I don't believe that for a single second. I'm never watching it because then it wouldn't be funny to talk about Bakugo all the time. I don't talk about Bakugo all the time on stream. But, like, among my friends, whenever I see, like, a Bakugo in public, I'm like, holy shit, do I need to get this Bakugo shirt? Guys, should I get the Bakugo shirt? It's not funny. No one likes it. It's not a good joke. Almost bought the Bakugo skin on Fortnite. I think Bakugo is just hilarious. Angry little boy. Angry, edgy little boy who hates the world.
Story has only just begun. Watch out.
A little ambiance. Extract.
I know, very confusing for me to go from talking about Bakugan to Bakugo in the course of like 2 minutes, but they are two very different things. Extremely different things. Oh, also All Might funny. MHA is, it's like, not necessarily Dragon Ball Z, but like I gain a lot of enjoyment out of Dragon Ball Z as a franchise that I vaguely know of, but will never watch. And with MHA, it feels a lot more ironic than with Dragon Ball Z, where I genuinely just do fucking love Perfect Cell. like I made jokes about buying the Bakugo skin in Fortnite, but I did buy the Perfect Cell skin in Fortnite. And I do have Perfect Cell skin, or Perfect Cell as my fucking wallpaper. Perfect Cell is just actually awesome. That dude just rocks. Old anime from 2002. It follows some characters who possess wings and are known as Haibane. They live in this mysterious town they can't leave. I suck at descriptions, but it's very interesting to watch. I don't doubt you, but I do doubt that I will ever watch it. I'm so sorry. I already have enough things that I need to watch, and some anime from 2002 is not very high on my priority list. Could even call it a LARPer show? No. I'm not LARPing because I'm not pretending to be a fan. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I think the guys are funny. Can you LARP being a fan of a show? I thought the whole LARP discussion was around like not having played games that you loved and only watching them. You have a favorite or preferred anime? What would it be? Cowboy Bebop. Cowboy Beep Boop. It's a real good one. Like, do people really say they love shows without having watched them? I guess I do, but I thought I was weird for doing that. I thought that that was part of the joke, is that it's funny that I say I love this show and I've never seen it. And I'm very open with the fact that I've never seen it. NTE has a LARP problem because of streamers like you. I'm sorry, guys. NTE community has a big problem with LARPing. What did I do? They watch clips of it and or don't actually pay attention to it while watching it. I don't give a fuck to police who says what they like stuff. Or you get what I mean. I don't give a fuck to police people saying they like things. If you say you like the show and you've only watched clips, I'm not going to have a discussion with you about it. But I'm not going to say that you can't like it. I'm just gonna go my own separate way and let you do your own fucking thing. Explaining how, because I'm a Twitter goblin. Yeah. People who use the word LARP are just far too much Twitter goblins. Just far too much Twitter goblins. Genshin Impact stream. Anyone gonna have a problem with me LARPing my love for Dragon Ball Z? I don't even know clips. Actually, you know what? I have seen parts of the movies in the I guess those are clips. My friends show me parts of the movies or the episodes. And of course I know. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't fucking believe it. That this is a real clip from the show. This isn't like a voiceover or anything. This isn't a funny remix. This is just from Dragon Ball Z.
That's right. This particular computer has been programmed to think.
Am I fucking gonna get demonetized now? Because I play a fucking Dragon Ball Z clip?
Which is to see you dead.
Come on, say the funny part. Say the funny part.
Let bygones be bygones, but that ain't the way it's gonna be. I was programmed to kill your ass, and that's exactly what I'm gonna do. You hear? You're just a
This shit is crazy. Okay, why did he put the booms in there? Stop putting the booms in there.
pitiful humans.
That's there for copyright claim.
Hatred. Is that what you've done with your free will, boy?
Don't you lecture me with your $30 haircut.
Who dies?
I was programmed to kill your ass. Abridged? No. This is original. This is original fucking dialogue. Original goddamn dialogue from Dragon Ball Z. I was programmed to kill your ass. Don't you lecture me with your $30 haircut. That shit is crazy. That shit is beautiful. I guess I'm a LARPer though. I guess indeed I am a LARPer. Anime dubs, like, yeah, early, like, 90s, 80s, 90s, and early 2000s anime dubs are fucking crazy. They're just wild. Boondocks level of dialogue? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if shit like that is what inspired Boondocks. God damn. The ghost. Yeah, I've always heard about the Ghost Stories dub. That shit is like legendarily terrible. But that is a beautiful thing that I need to. That's part of my love for the Yu-Gi-Oh anime. That terrible dub. Where is boop boop boop? Oh, also we just got a fucking Anefa review. Hell yeah, let's look at Anefa. Slightly better than the Lohen I intended to farm for.
What you've done with your free will, boy. Don't you lecture me with your $30 haircut.
Alright, we're done. Just needed to hit that one more time. Am I going to get demonetized? Who knows? Who knows? Inefa? Fractured Halo, do we got a bunch of SIGs here? Ooh, we got a bunch of SIGs. Ooh, we got a bunch of fake SIGs, it seems. 91, 205. That's looking alright. That's looking okay. It's actually looking better than I thought, maybe?
Can I stop here and play? I mean...
That ER is mostly dead stats. Surely the music over it is enough to cover for it? No, that's not how it works, because the way I route my music, it already isn't heard in VODs, and VODs are the things that get watched back and get muted at certain segments. Like, you can't mute it live. Just imply a fate worse than death rather than saw blades. Yeah, so the music is going to be muted in the VOD, and then they'll check back, and it'll just be the same thing. I guess the booms, that's what the booms were there for. That ER, it's actually not all dead stat. Like, this could be enough to burst every rotation in, like, some teams, but it still is looking pretty low. Not pretty low, but, like, a little bit too low. Just a tad low. If you run, like, official, or if you have, like, a 1 or 2 favs off, this is enough to burst every rotation. So I'm fine with that ER. It's not dead stats. We'll count it. Doesn't her weapon give her ER? No. We gotta, this is an Inefa fan LARPer that we got in chat. ER isn't that important for her any, like, ER, okay, alright. Welcome into the chat, Silver Wings. ER, the thing I always say with Inefa, it either matters or it doesn't. You either build enough ER to burst every rotation and it matters, or you build 0 ER because you don't have enough to burst every rotation. Like, ER, she doesn't need to burst every rotation, but I'm trying to find out if this is a build where she can burst every rotation, because if it's not, all this ER is dead stats, and the build is much worse. But I believe with some certain investment stuff, it can burst every rotation, so these stats aren't dead, which makes this build far better. And even though I was going to call the crit rate, or the crit ratio a little bit modest, because Sig is definitely helping her out there, but it's like not bad at all. What does her ult do again? It buffs her own EM and the EM of your on-fielder. And I guess it does damage, but it does so little damage, it doesn't matter. With the ER in mind, this crit ratio is a lot better. If you're not solely focusing on crit, and if you are getting enough ER to burst every rotation in some situations, this is a lot better. And I can respect that. This is the first Inefa that I've seen in a long time that can actually burst every rotation. And she doesn't have bad stats of other kinds. Better than mine, I guess, here.
Each day is a new page in my story. I want to savor every scene, every footnote, before I turn to the next one.
It's a redeem. I don't do them for free. They're a redeem. Alright, let's go over here. Hey! How are you doing? I will test if I can burst every rotation. Just looked at his artifacts and was shocked. Oh, you weren't... I guess, yeah, if you were going for the Lohan, you just passively got those fucking pieces. Pretty impressive for a passive build, but I guess it's like you're gonna get the good pieces if you're in the domain. Oh no, no! I ran out of pyro! Whatever. I do gotta lock in on timing out people who just drop their UIDs in like their first few messages. Doop, doop. Speaking of redeems, I'm close to a timeout redeem. For somebody else? You're gonna choose somebody else to time out? Love to hear about it. But yeah, you probably aren't able to burst every rotation. Like I mentioned, like 145 is still a little bit low. And Effa and Flynn's don't have great particle generation. So she definitely wants a little bit more than that. I'd say a Fav might be able to do it. I'd say Official or anybody who has decent particle generation, like a Beto, potentially. A Beto post buffs might not be the worst idea ever. Because, like, she gives Red Shred. She gives Electro Red Shred. I mean, she's gonna be not very good. Like, it's not gonna be great. Where is it? Does C1 Flynn's help? No. C1 Flynn's only hurts energy generation and needs you to, it makes you build more. Like, it doesn't do anything for your particle generation, so it doesn't affect Nefa at all. And it gives Flynn's flat energy, but it gives Flynn's less flat energy. It lets him do an extra mini burst, but it doesn't give him enough flat energy to do an entire extra mini burst in his rotation. So C1 Flynn's actually increases his ER needs and doesn't do anything for Nefa's ER needs. My Flynn... Oh, we got more. Just a Flynn's. And a posture check. Let's look at the Flynn's. Let's look at the Flynn's. Prospector Shovel. 126, cool. That's enough ER. 52. That's a little low. Because then what do you get to? 82? 82. It's like not terrible. And it's going to be hard to get it much higher. You have pretty good crit rate subs. You can only really do much better on your circlet, but your circlet is giving you a lot of your ER, so that's hard to replace. Maybe your Sands, if you get a Sands that gives better crit rate instead of crit damage, that could help you out. But like 82, it's not terrible, but on Flints, when you miss a crit on Flints, he does 4 hits. Women are people. Indeed. It's been a while since we've been women are peopled. Flynn's just, he does all of his damage in 4 hits. And it's like less of an issue than with Mualani, because Mualani is the one doing all of the damage in her teams, whereas Flynn's, his damage is spread between Columbina and Anefa as well. But still, like this is just a nitpick mostly. It's a fine build. Got some good attack rolls, you got RADM, you do have a lot of defense, you do have some HP. You might be able to, like, if you can get some more scale, like a few smaller ER rolls on your other pieces, you might be able to trade out this Circlate, get something that has higher crit rate, maybe some more attack percent. It's an alright looking build. It is an alright looking build. Mostly just suffering from the fact that we're on Prospector Shovel, and it's a little bit harder to build crit rate on that. I'm so used to Jadewing Flynn's that it's so easy to meet his crit needs with a Jadewing, and if Sig has the exact same stat line. But it's not bad. It's not bad. I'm just complaining. Free-to-play life is a little bit rough. You're lucky I didn't launch into a rant about what free-to-play means, which is nothing. Free-to-play doesn't mean anything. Why am I going over here? Why am I going over here? This is not the right place. Should I launch into a rant? I guess I should. That's why you guys are here. Free-to-play doesn't mean anything because, I mean, the main thing why free-to-play doesn't mean anything is random chance. Is because this game is so heavily affected by just your raw luck on any given banner. I never know whether free-to-play means like 4 stars with C6 or 4 stars with C0, or if it means like only craftable weapons, but sometimes free-to-play players can get access to standard weapons that are pretty good. Like, I got Primordial Jadewing Spear when I was still a free-to-play player. I did not spend any money on the game, and I still got Primordial Jadewing Spear. I couldn't, like, in my mind, it's kind of a free-to-play weapon, but maybe not necessarily. Because it's a chance of whether you get it on the standard banner, it's a chance of whether you go on weapon banners and lose to it. That's another thing. Certain free-to-play players are more willing to go on the weapon banner, while others aren't. The only thing that free-to-play can really objectively mean is no battle pass weapons. And sometimes people who consider themselves free-to-play do have battle pass weapons because they bought them so long ago. But, like, you can get everything in this game free-to-play with enough time spent, with enough saving, with enough luck, that it's really hard to judge what people mean when they say free-to-play when they come into chat as a Twitch chatter. Free-to-play should only mean 0 spending, but, like, that's my point. Is, like, even if you do restrict it to just 0 spending, there's still a lot of different things that 0 spending could mean. There are people, like, there are free-to-play players, 2 people who don't spend money on the game, and they both pulled on both Sibai and Linnea's banner. One of them has C6 Eat Lua, one of them has no Eat Lua at all. Just because of how raw luck in this game works. Where the fuck are these guys? Where are these dudes? Free-to-play C6R5 Nicole, by the way. Like it... We are exaggerating, and we're saying scenarios that are a lot less likely to happen. Like, very high investment stuff. But, like, it's pretty easy to get a double and get a random constellation on certain characters. Not pretty easy, but, like, it's not entirely uncommon. There are enough free-to-play players that happens regardless. So some free-to-play players have constellations on their characters. Some free-to-play players cared a bunch and saved a very long period of time. Like fucking Dorsal. Dorsal got C6 Alhaitham free-to-play. Didn't spend any money on it, but she got very, very lucky with the early Alhaitham constellations and decided to save up. Test Dummy, my NFO was indeed able to burst every rotation. Fuck yeah. And Test Dummy is one of the meanest situations possible, because it generates very little energy. Oh, he's down there. I'm stupid. There are plenty of free-to-play players who save up for C6s. They're not, like, the most common thing, but you can't say they don't exist. And therefore you can't, like, judge somebody coming into a Twitch chat. That's the main thing about it, is, like, as a creator, as someone who is trying to give people advice, and a bunch of random people come into my stream who I have no idea who they are and what type of investments they have, I can't give advice based on what is a good free-to-play thing. Like what? Recently in oh my god. Boy gone. I was in Kahir's chat. Shout out Kahir is here. Awesome motherfucker. Does Genshin help? Does variety content. And somebody came in and was like, what's a good free-to-play team for Mawika? And I was like, you can run Auron, you can run Fischl, like, you can do Overload stuff with Chevy. And they were like, I don't have Auron, I don't have Chevy, I don't have this, I don't have that. And it's like, I'm not going to be able to give you advice unless I know what you have access to. I don't know what free-to-play means. I could assume a low constellation Auron, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you have a low constellation Auron, and then you can't act on that information. I take free-to-play team means 4-star only, but, like, that's not even... it's like, yeah, that's a safe path that you can take, but if someone comes in and says, I need free-to-play advice, and you say only 4-star teammates, like in my situation, I think this is a good situation. This is a perfectly realistic situation to find yourself in. Chevy, you could assume Chevy, and you could be like, okay, you can use Chevy for your overload teams. But for me personally, Durin pretty much always performs better than Chevy, even if I didn't have Durin's signature, because I don't have a C6 Chevy. I don't have a Chevy at full power. So Durin is a lot... Durin just tends to work a lot better in a lot of my teams because he is at full power at C0. And I think it's a lot more achievable for a free-to-play player to get a C0 Durin than a C6 Chevrolet. And in that case, I might want to recommend Durin as an overload unit more than I would want to recommend Chevy. There's all these weird little situations. Free-to-play can mean so many things that it is not very useful as a general descriptor. My standard for free-to-play is literally they just spent any actual... Like, I get it. I get that you're saying you're only free-to-play if you haven't spent any money, but my point is that a player who doesn't spend any money, there's a million different ways their account can look. Free-to-play does inherently mean that you haven't spent any money on the game, but number one, a lot of people are very loose with that definition, and like they do maybe one top-up a year and still call themselves free-to-play. But like, I'm not even saying that that matters a bunch. I'm saying that depending on your luck, depending on what banners you wish on, depending on what things you want to invest in, a free-to-play account can look one of a million different ways. So it's never useful as a descriptor. If they play less, it matters more, or if they started later. And that's the thing. I don't know when you started. I don't know how much you play. If you lock in every day and do artifact routes and elite grinding, your free-to-play account is going to be in a much different state than somebody who plays once a week. And I don't know which kind of player you are if you just come into my chat and say you're free-to-play. That's my free-to-play rant. How do I prove to people that my C6 Eula is free-to-play? I feel like you people are missing the point of what I'm saying a little bit, but... You don't need to prove that. You don't need to prove that. You can just know for yourself and be happy. You don't need other people's approval. I fear we do need more terminology in the community because we disagree to these things a lot. I'm just saying, like... I don't think we need more terminology. I honestly think we need less terminology. I think we try to generalize too much. Like, cost means very little. Free-to-play usually means very little. As terms on their own. I have no idea what sort of investment you have, what kind of teams you do. If you say, this is a 4-cost whatever team. I am a free-to-play player. It doesn't convey much meaningful information. What you need are people who use words properly and not be flippant about everything. I'm just saying I don't think that a single word exists. I don't think that there is a word that can meaningfully describe your investment on your account in one word. Boop. More elite farming. It doesn't convey any meaningful information to say if you're free to play or not. It's really only a statement of I don't spend money on the game, which can be relevant to certain things, but when it comes to me, my channel, what I talk about, my Twitch, free to play is quite meaningless. The word is a screenshot of your characters and weapons. Exactly. It's like that is going to do more help than anything else. Screenshotting your characters and weapons that you have available and then asking people in a Discord or somewhere for help. But Genshin is such a... Why do you guys think I have this command? Why do you guys think I have this motherfucking command? Because it always depends. Watch there be that one word in French. That also doesn't exist. I hate that shit. I hate that clickbait shit when people are like, this is a word that can't be translated into English. And what they mean is it cannot be translated one-to-one. There isn't a one-word concept for this, this word in English. It's like, there is no translation for this word in English. It's like, okay, what does it mean? And they're like, it's a feeling of vague melancholy for the past. A past age that never was. And it's like, okay, you translated it. you just translated it. You said it couldn't be translated it, and then what'd you do? You translated it. It's not one word, but you translated it.
A little ambiance.
What the fuck was that?
Winter.
What was that noise?
Eventually come.
Are we in a law class for the answer to always be it depends? You are in a law class. You are going to learn Genshin legality. They usually just mean no equivalent singular term, which I think is kind of stupid. Because I'm like, what? No translation implies that it is a concept that can't be communicated, and that's just not the truth. Whee. Boom. I think she liked it. I'm not happy that she liked it. I don't want her enjoying that. I want her dead at my feet. Teyvat has its own laws. And that's what you're here to learn. Who the fuck are you? Who are you, dude? Where'd you come from? Why are you just sitting in the dragon armpit sniffing? What's your problem, man? Teyvat has its own laws is a really, really good bit. I'm so happy that Teyvat has its own laws. Why are you killing mothers? Because I wanted to walk around Inazuma. They were the next character. They were next to lead enemy on the list. And I'm just walking around killing elites for no reason right now. This is me farming, guys. This is me farming. I'm getting artifacts. I'm getting Mora. I'm farming. Why elite farm? Because I'm getting artifacts and Mora. Ooh, this is nice. Do this. Also, I just realized I forgot to do Payday's Technutty. We'll look at that in a second. We'll look at that in a second. Come on. Swirl Queen. Oh my god, she's a demon at the ley lines. She is a fucking demon on the ley lines. I wish Leyline Overflow wasn't every version. It's in most! This is one of the first ones that they've never done it in.
Sweet dreams.
I was so surprised that we didn't get a Leyline Overflow this version.
Neutralize.
Top 10 lies that we get it in every single version. I think we've missed like 1 or 2 versions before this, but it's... We've gotten them in most versions. Isn't it next patch? It is, but usually we get it every patch. And in that, I am including the what is it? Overflowing Mastery, I think they're called. The ones where you also get doubled for talent domains and artifact domains. I'm including those. Come the fuck on. Come on. Didn't get it for lore reasons, true. No event weapon this patch. Why are we getting a fucking Charlotte? Can we talk about that? Look, if we're all mad about getting Cole previously, I think we need to be double mad about getting fucking Charlotte. Charlotte? Maybe not double mad. But Charlotte next version is a little bit rough. Who's mad about getting Cole? Everybody. I'm reporting. I'm reporting the entire chat. Everybody was. Let's look at Ticknutty. 5-stream streak. Hi, nerd. How you doing?
That dream last night tasted
Charlotte
wonderful.
isn't even that bad, though.
Thank you for sharing it with me.
Charlotte is worse than Mika. In almost every way. There's very little reason to use Charlotte over Mika. And Mika does other shit with his kit. It's not useful stuff. Against Baptist. She carried me hard against Baptist. Like, I'm not denying that she has no use. I'm just saying she's really... It's very uncommon that she has good use. It's pretty boss specific. Ticknutty. 100. Level 100. C6. Hunter's Path R2. Fuck me. Crit rate's a tiny bit low. And that one, I am going to complain, even though you're, like, not crazy. This is, what, 92% crit rate, the charge attacks, but it still is only 77 on burst. So I do really like you. I like it when you push as high as you can on Ticknutty, because the burst not getting the crit rate from C1 is kind of a big deal, and it makes it so that even this level of crit rate just is a little bit sad. It's a little bit sad. 120 ER, I believe that's enough in double Dendro. Complain because I need to give him my Sethos pieces. Oh no. Oh no. This doesn't have any crit rate on it, so... And that's your off piece. And it only really... I mean, the ER is good, like I just mentioned. The ER is nice to have. We want him to be bursting. His C4 gives a full party buff of 120 EM. That's good. That's nice. That's fresh. So that might be a difficult goblet to replace. Maybe you could get more crit rate on the... I don't know, it's rough. These are good pieces. These are good pieces. Attack is a good stat on him. It's not crazy. Like, it's a good build, don't get me wrong. Jake Prime just cheered one whole bit. Thank you, Jake Prime. It's not crazy, but it's annoying because your two worst pieces on here... no, this isn't the worst piece. I don't know. But, like, you have just enough ER, and you want to be holding on to that ER. So you're going to have to, like, reconfigure some stuff to make the build still good. But it would do you some good to throw on some extra crit rate. And then here's the other 99. Thank you, Jake Prime. 2 separate gifts. Appreciated. Enough for this month's rent. That's covered. Hi, Zella. How you doing? I said this crown piece is like, I'll refresh him with the new circlet. What? Which one is Sethos crown piece? I don't know.
Still need to go through last quarter's,
but it's pretty alright. It's pretty alright. The crit rate is really my only problem. You have good rolls of all your other stats. A lot of attack. Some nice EM subs. You really want those because of Hunter's Path. Have a Nuvi Wiggle? Thank you very much. I appreciate the Nuvilette Wiggle. It's a wonderful emote. I'll refresh him with a new circlet. Wonderful. Yeah. Good build. Just annoyingly low crit rate for that burst. It hits 1,000,000 times, so like big whoop. But it is annoying. And Wheelie with the 10-stream streak. Did you just get that? You've been here. You indeed have been here. Look at this shit. Look at this pathetic fucking healing that you get from Mizuki Burst. Lunar Bloom technically any good? Why is Lunar Bloom technically not any good? I mean, like, he doesn't do any Lunar Blooms, but he definitely has some synergy with Lauma. I assume that's what we're asking. If we are this late in Genshin, I assume that we, or this late in Nod Cry, I assume that we know that Lunar Bloom doesn't do anything. Which generally just means that people asking, will Lunar Bloom X work, means will X work with Lauma. And yes, X will work with Lauma. Technutty does work with Lauma. Gives him a bit of a better set. She shreds res for him. What would you do for that context? You'd be surprised? Yeah, maybe it is a little bit more difficult. You could do... Columbina Lauma, some other motherfuckers. Some Electro motherfucker, official or something. Kuki, something. Farina, Kuki, Lauma. Yeah, Farina works in place of Columbina. Probably fine. More so asking along the lines of what reactions he's good with. Spread, but Spread has kind of been left behind by the game a little bit. He really does want Spread, but Spread has been left behind, so he's kind of more able to do different things now. I don't have much for Hyper Bloom. Yes, you do. You have stuff for Hyper Bloom. It came free with your fucking Xbox. You have Hyper Bloom. Everybody has Hyper Bloom. I don't have an Xbox. This is not an old head thing. I am not going to let anybody convince me that this is an old person reference. Uno came free with your Xbox is a contemporary joke. Cole Barbara, Electro Traveler, easy peasy. I don't know about Electro Traveler. Yeah, but Cole's not too bad. I would do like Cole Shincho. Preferably Kuki. But Kuki hasn't rerun it a bit, I guess. It is, but I didn't get that it was being referenced. Do you guys not get the joke? When I say it came free with your fucking Xbox? I swear I say that all the time. Isn't Lisa better? Energy needs. If you really want to try to, like, if you can meet Lisa energy needs, I guess she's better than Electro Traveler. I've never heard of this joke? No? It's just two dudes arguing. He's like, hey man, get on Uno. And dude's like, I don't have Uno. And he's like, yes, you have Uno. Everybody's Xbox came with Uno. And he's like, I don't have Uno, man. I don't know what to tell you. And at one point, he says, you have Uno. It came free with your fucking Xbox. Is this what I get for making a community in a fucking anime game? When I don't watch any anime? Do I just have entirely different references? I don't this is not an old thing. This was a thing like 4 years ago. This was a meme like it started 4 years ago. And it's been a thing for like 3 at least. Was this an advert? No, it wasn't. It was just two guys arguing. It was just two dudes arguing with each other. Is it like Cousins with the Soup Store? I guess, but it's not scripted. Like that was a skit. That was a scripted skit. Anyways, I saw, there we go. Whopper Flower. Any others here? There is one other here. I just watched it and I definitely never heard of it. I'm not, this is not an old thing. This is not a me being old thing, I refuse to believe it. I'm fucking 24. No one's gonna call me old. It is much older than 4 years. I mean, it is older than 4 years. But it like resurfaced around 4 years ago, I'd say. I have the oldest Xbox known to man. I got mine day one and I have Uno. 24 is the new 40. No, you can't do that. Because then the jokes about Germa being 40 aren't funny anymore. That man is 40 years old. I did watch a video the other day where someone made a joke of like, this is a 26-year-old man that's married. And I'm like, okay, I guess married does feel like it confers a little bit more maturity. Oh shit, I'm done with artifact spots for the day. No more investigation spots are spawning. "26 is far too early to marry." I mean, I don't know. I think it's fine. If you meet the right person. I'm not gonna marry anybody. For now, at least. The Nari is updated. I'll look at it for like 6 seconds. Oh, the Nari is updated. Good job. He looks great. You fixed the issue. Not even Tulpa? Not if Tulpa doesn't propose to me first. Red wings on Emily? Yes, what about it? She is red, she's burning. You hate how good it looks. And to correct my own posture. It suits her HP. Yeah, fuck you. Fine. I'll go heal. Whatever. Doesn't matter. What ring do you want Tulpa to get you? Doesn't matter. I care more about the way that he does it, where it is, how he asks. The ring is pretty unimportant. The ring is kind of like the last aspect I'm concerned about. It's giving tomato. Leave her the fuck alone, okay? So what if she's a little tomato plant? So what if she's a little itty-bitty tomato plant? I thought Tulpa was they, them. Well, it is when there's multiple. A group of Tulpas would be referred to as they, them, but the one that I'm dating is my boyfriend. We've been over this. Oh my god, I got an Exile's pocket watch. I was in the trenches defending her when you motherfuckers were hating her. And you motherfuckers? Alright, Zella, that's a timeout. We're being awful presumptuous, aren't we? Who in this chat was calling her a fucking Sucrose knockoff? Point to him. I have concocted myself an army of Emily superfans. Might be too new for this, but who's Tulpa? What? Who's Tulpa? I don't mean you guys as people, I mean Genshin players. Sure, alright, be more careful with your wording next time. He's here. There's Tulpa. Please don't say that. I like Emily, I don't like Sucrose. You must be very too new for this if you don't know who Tulpa is. He's right there. He's chilling in Stygian. He is kicking it like a motherfucker. I didn't know the Tulpa had a significant other. Yeah, that's fine. You guys... It's understandable. I can't fucking pass Stygian any of the difficulties? You can't even do the lower difficult? Or if you... I guess if you do the lower difficulties, you don't pay as much attention to the bosses. So sure. Who uses Tulpa? Is it just Farina and SNEZHNAYA? Or I swear somebody else does. I swear somebody else does. Nope, just them. But everybody has. I mean, not everybody has Farina anymore. People who got into the game more recently don't have Farina anymore. What a world we live in. And we thought that Farina would be eternal. I mean, she's still a good unit. Don't get me wrong. I am not hate posting Farina. She's still good. You use Tulpa too? No, I don't. Implying that Tulpa doesn't give himself to me willingly? What the hell is that? Farina will be back for SNEZHNAYA? Yeah, surely. Vodyanitsa isn't gonna fucking shoot her in her head. Surely. She is so good, she has one team which is on the verge of being outclassed. That's a crazy way to come into my chat. That's a crazy way to fucking show up to my stream, look at the team that I'm playing, and say that Farina has one team. Roxy the Water Mage. It sounds like you need a little bit of whimsy in your life. Sounds like someone's a little miserable and cares a little bit too much about the best teams in Genshin Impact. I am a ZAJ viewer, so it makes sense. Oh yeah, a little bit. Yeah, you gotta get some more whimsy in your life. Didn't ZAJ, like, one time... where was it? I think it was in the Linnea pre-release. He started saying, like, fuck the balance of the game, start having fun, and then he just kept doing the same shit he was already doing. It's like, damn. Alright, man. Good to know that you're not having fun. That bag, I guess? Yeah, you know, get that bag. It's not like he's struggling. We are here to farm Whimsy and play Yume Mizuki Mizuki. Someone has to fill that role? I guess so. Someone's gotta do it. Someone's gotta be a little bit miserable. I was gonna say someone's gotta be a little bit miserable and hypocritical, but that's just me. That would have applied to me. I have to make it clear that I shit-talk myself as well. I promise I'm not hating on other creators without hating on myself. We're all in this together. We're all struggling together. Legit did not know Mizuki could dash out that far horizontally. Yeah, she's okay at exploration. I still generally prefer Aoife, but she does an okay job. She can go a decent way. Everyone's mad in the house. Everybody deserves to be taken down a notch. We're all too cocky. We all think we know everything and we don't. Oh, wait, it's this dude. My level of whimsy is being a wanderer main for 3 years and pretending he's meta. Come on! He's got Nicole and Duran now. He's so meta. He's literally so meta. If you play Genshin Impact, you're automatically kind of a loser. Wonderful, perfect. All having a terrible time. We're all just sucking. Just sitting here sucking. I shouldn't have said that. I should not have said that. We're not all just sitting here sucking. It's not true. There we go. Beautiful things happening with Prune here.
Sweet dreams. Yeah. Extract.
I'm gonna see if I can kill this motherfucker with just base level Emily skill. Yeah! So, what the fuck? I shouldn't have said anything. What is going on in this chat? What is fucking going on? I didn't say anything. I didn't say a single thing. You guys all took this upon yourselves. Still think he should have gotten a hex buff since he literally associates with half the hex members. Yeah, I don't think the hex buffs were 100% there to, like, make logical sense. I think they just kind of wanted to buff certain units, and they came with a loose idea. I think that this next round of buffs, this upcoming round of buffs with Stellar Conduct is maybe just more proof of that they don't really consider lore stuff that hard, and they kind of just pick units to buff and come up with a loose reasoning afterwards. And I think the buffs that are coming in with Barbaloth, yeah, all the fucking... What's it called? Mizuki, Beto, Diona, Yai Miko, Risley, Sino, Chi-Chi. What the fuck are we doing? What the fuck are we doing here, dude? Who is this? The Entourage. Barbie's cooking? I'm not saying that she's not. I'm happy. That is a nice set of units to get some buffs. It's awesome because I own them all and they were all already at... Oh, oops, wrong thing. I own them all and they were all already at level 90 except for fucking Mizuki and Chi-Chi. And Chi-Chi... Oh, I got Chi-Chi to level 70 today, guys. Who the fuck is excited to use Chi-Chi? What do you mean? Or are you saying that you are excited to use Chi-Chi and you're calling out to the rest of the community? I can't tell. I foster an environment that is too hostile. My community is too evil. I don't know if we're being nice or not. Please don't do that. But yeah, I'm excited for the upcoming buffs. I'm excited for if they still haven't removed the Stellar or the Cryoswirl stuff from Diona kit, I'm gonna be doing so much Cryovarka stuff. Cryovarka with Diona, Cryovarka with Diona. Ooh. I vibe with Chi-Chi? Okay, so it was indeed a compliment worded in a hostile way. I am excited for Chi-Chi. I'm like probably gonna end up... Depends. It depends on how much time I spend crowning next patch instead of building. I would like to get her built for the purposes of, like, I don't know, running her in some upcoming teams, like, I don't know, maybe with Sino, maybe with Mizuki. If I care about any of the stellar carries, maybe with them. I want to have her built, but I don't really have a reason to be building her next patch. So I started off, like, the first I heard of the buffs, I was like, yeah, Chi-Chi buffs. Chi-Chi's gonna be usable. And then I realized, I was like, wait, I can't even do shit with Chi-Chi. So right now I only just took her to level 70. So I at least can get the buffs as soon as they're in the game. That is going to be immediately what I do. The second the patch drops, I am going to go straight to the Barbaloth shit and activate all the buffs. People call me crazy for pulling my Yai Miko in 2024. People didn't call me crazy for pulling Yai Miko in 2024. What the hell? I want to be called crazy. What's up with that?
Story has only just begun.
I have a SIG and not him. His SIG is... it definitely is a less widely usable than I thought it originally was. But his SIG is interesting at the very least. His SIG is really, really interesting. I love... I mean, that's what I'm going for this next patch. I am going for Staff of Scarlet Sands. People call me Aru. Welcome in, Aru. Aru Halloween. But I guess people call you Aru, so I don't have to pronounce the whole name. Did I do good? Yes, you did. Thank you, Zella. Radish. Calling you crazy is like calling a fish wet. Shut up. Shut up.
Turning point in space.
Murder. Hammer them. Where'd the last drops go? There they are. Oh, there's more dudes up here, too. Cool. Let's go murder these guys. I really should have been manually leveling this entire time. If I really want to min-max. Who do I even have that can be manually leveled? Gaming, Cole. Oh no, I can't do Cole. I could do Delic, but I won't. Gaming, Kachina, Charlotte, Dahlia. Yeah, you know what? I'm fine. She's been cursing my account every time she comes on banner? What do you mean? You finally built her? What, cursing your account? But you finally built her? What the hell? Gaming sucks to use in overworld? Yeah, especially if he's fucking C1. Especially if he's C1. Worthless piece of shit. I really do. I wish Gaming loved me as much as I loved him. But that motherfucker hates me. That motherfucker hates me. He don't like me at all. I'm like, hold on. I don't really need to have a big buff in this team. I don't really need a big prune buff in this team. I'm playing Overworld. My Gaming is C4, but I have no reason to even think of building him. I would build my Gaming if he was C4. That's like the minimum. That is the minimum. I like Gaming. I think he's cool. And C4 is the constellation that actually makes him playable, even if C6 is the one that makes him fucking busted. I would build him if he was C4 just because he's functional. But Gaming is never, ever, ever on any banners that I ever want to pull on. Oh, Jesus Christ. I just put it together how rough Mawika pullers had it. Oh my god. Oh my god. At least I guess they have Diona on the upcoming banner. But these 4 stars on this banner... Fremine, Beto, Diona on the upcoming banner. Chat, I fucked up, pulled on the wrong banner and won. And who do you have to blame? I'm evil, dude. I'm fucking evil. I hate everybody who comes into my stream. You pulled Lohan? I could make the argument that Lohan is the more valuable unit as of right now. I don't think I will. But I could. I wanted Mavcons. Oh, you're fine. You're fine. The banners were announced? The banners were not announced. Hydro time, thank you. The banners weren't announced, but we got data mines. And oops, generally data mines are fairly reliable because they're based off character trials. I'm surprised that they haven't been announced yet. How pity builder people are moving. Yeah, so sorry that you got a Lohan instead of Mavcons, but honestly, if it was my account, I would have said on one. I always value a new unit over Constellations on an old one. And also Lohan going into SNEZHNAYA has some real stuff. He is likely going to get some real stuff if we get some decent off-fielders that want cryo reactions. Like right now, all he has is Durin, pretty much. But, I mean, you can run him with Escoffier, you can run him with Emily here. I shouldn't say you can only run him with Durin. You really, really mainly want Nicole. DigiCat often got us at least a couple 4 stars early in the patch. Yeah. Well, that's gone. Isn't it a little late for banners? Banners, they usually do the first half banners pretty late. I would expect them probably tomorrow. But they've sometimes done them as late as like Monday, or even the day of. They kind of just do the fucking... They do the first phase banners whenever the hell they feel like it, and I kind of hate it. They make us wait. They make us wait, and there's no new 4-star this next patch, so we didn't even get that information. Always on the Monday? I swear it's changed. I swear it's changed. When was it not on the Monday? I don't know, because I'm not keeping track of these things, but I swear it has changed. It's been different. I know they said they post them at a different time specifically for Lantern Rite, but I think they also just sometimes do it at different times. Do you think C1 will become viable for Lohan going into SNEZHNAYA? What do you mean? C1 Lohan will become viable? Is C1 Lohan not viable right now? C1 Lohan is viable, but C1 Lohan will never become a good pull because Constellations are never a good pull. C0 Lohan is viable. There is no way for me to answer that question. Problem is that Lohan and Stellar want different buffs? No. Not if they're attack scalers. That's like saying you're not allowed to use a Pyro character with Columbina and Anefa because they want different buffs. Like, there's enough overlap that you can... And, like, they're fucking good enough. There's enough overlap that you can make some stuff work. And the units are good enough at a baseline that it's going to work anyways. I also don't like that they ditched the Archon rerun order and now it's just random. They have an order? I was unaware of this. Viable was the wrong word, but I can't find a better suited one. I do not see Lohan C1 changing in value at all with SNEZHNAYA. I think it will always be a terrible pull because all Constellations on 5 stars are always a terrible pull. And it is interesting for making you want to use the skill more, but that's mostly it. Wish I knew that before I saved it for C2 Nahida. Yeah, I mean, it's like, this is my personal opinion. Obviously, like, I think that Constellations mostly matter for the purpose of making a character you like perform better. I think it is very, very rarely... You never want to get a character's Constellations on a meta level. If you're going to do a piece of vertical investment, it's much more safe to get the weapon. Because a weapon is often a weapon... Like, it is often a thing that can be used on other characters. Either a weapon or support constellations. Support constellations are still a little bit iffy because supports can, you know, fall out of relevance. Like a C2 Shilonen is not better than a C0 Escoffier in Escoffier teams. Whee. But... What? like a fucking a Redhorn Stone Thresher, like that thing's always at least good enough at a baseline. Even though it's really not that good of a weapon, and it's mostly just a stat stick on a lot of characters. The fact that it is a 5-star weapon and it has a higher base attack. I mean, I don't know why I used Redhorn as a specific example there. I'm using any 5-star stat stick as a stand-in. Just having higher base stats, you can probably get value out of that much more long-term. If it ain't work at C0, then it don't work, period. Like, the only constellation I've ever pulled was for Wriothesley. And it was to make me enjoy how the character feels to play more. Because I played him without this constellation. I didn't think he felt that great. I really liked the character. I really liked the playstyle. I was interested in getting C1, so I got C1. Saw your new vid. What's the reason you like Mizuki so much? Driver unit that can deal significant damage. She's Lohan! She's Lohan! She's Lohan if he was actually standard. Everyone was like, wow, Lohan's a really interesting unit if he's standard. He doesn't deal that much damage himself, but he wants off-field damage dealers, and he can deal some significant damage while enabling another off-fielder to deal more damage. And then he wasn't standard, and then they buffed Mizuki to be exactly that.
Time to relax.
She's Lohan if he was actually standard. And I think they're just giving her a stronger identity. And they're giving her some cool constellations. Got Ryo C1 as a gift with C0 is my luckiest pull in this game. Wonderful. Plus Mizuki is chill. Plus Mizuki is chill. Aoife just like that? No. Look, I love my Aoife. I've made several Aoife videos. But Aoife doesn't really deal significant damage while he's driving. He does some swirl damage. I have him fucking crowned. But the issue with Aoife is that he is split scaling. His reaction spam stuff and his healing scales off of EM, whereas his actual talent damage scales off of attack, where Mizuki is getting EM scaling damage. Previously, I said that I didn't think that there was a reason for Mizuki to exist when Aoife existed in the form that he did, but now I think there are meaningful differences between Aoife and Mizuki. Still not crazy different. I still think, like, the average player should probably only build one, and it probably should be Mizuki. I assume she's going to get a lot more than Aoife has in the coming year.
Time to relax.
But me, as a fucking crazy person... Ran away from a chest? No, that was a ley line. Me as a crazy person who builds everybody, I am actually building Mizuki. I also had Aoife built, so... Oh, oops. Thought I was on compass. I should just be using my compass to scan. I wasn't paying attention, I just glanced at the screen. Wonderful. So yeah. Aoife is not significantly different. Mizuki at C0 is very similar to C6 Aoife. But with constellations, she's going to become a lot more compelling. She's going to deal more significant damage. And I will be selecting her C1 from the constellation selector. Pretty fucking good. I mean, Mizuki still isn't going to be doing crazy damage. So, like, her C1 does not represent a really large increase to her team's DPS. But for her own DPS, it actually is kind of meaningful. She gets better with cons, even better than C6 but yeah, she does. Good thing. I was just talking about that. Perfect. I think they're roughly equal at C0 with Mizuki's buffs. And then with any constellations, with any sort of investment, Mizuki is going to be a little bit better. But still, they have their differences. They do have meaningful differences. Aoife is still able to do normal attacks while Mizuki is not, while she's in her E state. Aoife buffs more reactions than just Mizuki, but Mizuki is going to have an EM share. So, in a way, she's going to have reaction buffs. That's kind of just better than a reaction buff, in all honesty. But, Aoife has better freedom of movement. Aoife is better in traversal. Aoife has full party and better healing unless you have C4 Mizuki. It's going to take a lot of constellations on Mizuki to get better healing than Aoife. My Aoife is already double crowned, so I use him better. Like, don't get me wrong, I love Aoife. I'm happy that I have use cases for both of them now. I love Aoife. I have like 4 Aoife videos.
Bad dreams be gone.
It's just before, I was so disappointed in Mizuki because she did not have a reason to exist with Aoife. And now she does, and I'm happy about that. Because she's a standard unit, and a lot of people are going to get copies of her as they are wishing for other characters. Which is not the case with Aoife. You gotta mostly go on banners that Aoife is on. So he's gonna be a little bit harder to get. Which that is just kind of create the reverse problem, where there might not be much reason for Aoife to exist with Mizuki in the game. But that feels a little bit better. It's still lame. Does exploration ability get better with cons? No, not at all. Aoife's does, but Mizuki's does not.
What you got?
Time to relax.
I lost all my 50/50s to Mizuki in my alt account. Ooh, how many is that? What cons did we grab? 5 people actively watching the gameplay. No, everybody cares about my gameplay. They're all seeing my incredible gameplay.
Let's go.
There are 5 people actively watching the gameplay, and I am not one of them. This is why we play Mizuki. Mizuki's so silly.
Turn that frown upside down.
Mizuki's so silly, she don't need you to look at the screen. Alright, go Emily. Kill. Aoife, I will miss you. You served me well. Like, I'm still gonna be using Aoife, guys.
That was an adverse reaction.
Aoife is still gonna be a better, regular Animo DPS. Mizuki's cool because she's a mixed DPS. Does similar amounts of swirl damage and Animo damage. Were you giving Stella Fortuna to? Ah. This mother freaker. This mother freaker.
Time to relax.
Sensible choice, thank you. It is just kind of like the only one that makes any sort of sense. I don't really have... Ooh, Dea C3. Tignari C4 is like alright, but I don't play Tignari enough. I just don't play Tignari enough for that to really matter. Most of these characters I don't play enough for their constellations that actually matter. And the characters that I do like just don't have good C1s. Like, I would kind of like Shenhe to get C2, but her C1 is not great. Ito, I like Ito, and I would like his C2, but his C1 is kind of rough. And Sino's C1 is just Yaimiko's C1, except it's limited to only Sino. Wakana is Mona, I have her at C6. And I don't really give a shit about leveling my units to 100 that much. I would rather have a constellation on a unit than get a unit to level 95. So, I'm not bothering. I am not bothering. Okay, I'm teleporting back up here. Who would you give Masterless Stella to, though? I have no clue. I have no idea. Truly a question. I would have to think really hard about that one. But like, I like Yaimiko. She's going to have a functional C1. Like, her C1 right now isn't very good. It's just what? It's energy when she uses her burst and she consumes the totems. Where is she? And like, I'm not really going to get good access to the other effect of her C1 until 7.0 because I'm not getting Sandrone, so the stellar buff part of her C1 isn't going to be useful to me, but it is going to be useful to me eventually, and her C1 does have some use. Her current C1 has some use. So, yep, I'm just throwing it in there. Plus, I just like Yaimiko, and I also like her C2. And I would like to make some progress towards it. Her C2 is very cool. Like, I already wanted her base C2, and her C2 is only becoming cooler with the buffs. Hi, Lepidolite. Thank you so much for the prime. Thank you so much. Is it because I was gonna... Is what? What? I can't speak. Is it because I said I was gonna give my Stella Fortuna to Emily if I got it? Do you think Cryo Traveler will enable the new reaction? I don't know. I think there's an alright chance, but you guys shouldn't take my opinion as fact. We saw him do it alone in the live stream. We did not see him do it alone in the live stream. We saw him do it in the live stream, but we could not see what team he had. Well, actually, one time we did see his team, and it was Sandrone. There we go, exclamation point new vid. I think there's like a 60% chance that he will, but that's just my opinion. That is just my opinion.
Sweet dreams. Cast your worries to the wind.
I won't pull Yaimiko for Sandrone. I believe she won't be worth it in the long run. I agree that it's probably not a good idea to do that right away. I don't know. Do I think that Yaimiko will stay best in slot? I'm not sure. I think there's a decent chance that Yaimiko will stay best in slot, at least for Electro. Like, they might make a cryo support that does the same thing that Yaimiko does, but better. But I don't think they're going to make a direct Electro replacement for her. And also, the thing that makes Yaimiko so good right now is the fact that she is in the Constellation Selector. So a lot of people are assuming C1, and C1 is a pretty meaningful increase. So, like, to have a unit that power creeps C0 and C1 is going to be more difficult. But Hoyo probably also knows that, so I don't know if that makes a meaningful difference. Like, if they design a unit to replace her, they're going to know that most people have her C1 because she was free in the Selector. And they will design that new unit around that. But, I don't think she's going to be replaced in the Electro role. I think it's a good idea to not pull her for Sandrone. At least right now. Because you can wait, you can get a sense of what they're doing in SNEZHNAYA. Wait for a potential rerun. I think they'll be more willing to rerun her sooner. Because she is a particularly good unit there. And I just don't think it's worth it. If you really want to care about Sandrone, I think she has good enough options on her current banner. I don't think you need Yai. Yai helps, but, like, the only meaningful content that you're gonna have to do with Sandrone without any other SNEZHNAYA units, without any other best in slot supports, is likely going to be this upcoming Stygian with the bot. And I don't think that's balanced stupidly unfavorably. Ow! Beta leaks will be mostly good before the special banner goes away. Yeah, next, also, great targeting, Durin. Love the targeting, Durin. I love these enemies. I'm just gonna run away. Ow!
I become a star in the
Great targeting, Durin. Are you gonna come down?
A cheap shot. Darkness.
Are you gonna come down? I'm not fucking fighting this guy. Is this the last one? Alright, let's go track something else. She'll be a good alternative if they do the replacement. I mean, I really don't think that she... again, this is just my opinion. But I don't think that they're gonna directly replace her. But I don't think SNEZHNAYA desperately needs her to do any meaningful content in the upcoming patch. And, like, people are overstating the need for her because people are over-focusing on best-in-slot teams. And they're like, oh, you really need Yai, there's nobody that can replace Yai. But it's like, what does Yai do there to meaningfully change how well SNEZHNAYA can clear content? Nothing. Nothing, most likely. Valerie must be an on-fielder, surely. And I hope he's not Electro, it's too cliche. I have no thoughts. I have no thoughts at all. So that about Nilou when Llama came out, that ended up being completely wrong. What do we say about Nilou? People often tend to confuse viable and optimal. Exactly. Nilou is briefly best in slot for Llama teams. Was she? I mean, that's also a notable exception because Nilou didn't get buffed. Nilou just got a support that worked well with her. Whereas Yaimiko is specifically getting buffed. She is getting a change to her kit. But Nilou is like still a very, very good unit in even Nefer teams. She's an incredible unit in DPS Columbina teams because DPS Columbina teams are just Nefer teams that don't disable Bloom. So Nilou can do all her normal supportive stuff while also making the Blooms into fucking nukes. But I don't even think she was like... I think Hyper Bloom was at a very similar level to Nilou. Just because Lauma did so much and she, like, most of the power was in Lauma anyways. That Hyper Bloom teams were calcing at a very similar level. I think it was maybe just like... I think that's bad information. I think that was probably, like, people who actually knew what they were talking about. I went here as if there were artifacts for me to pick up. People who probably knew what they were talking about said that Nilou was very good with Lauma. And people who, like, that information trickled down and it got diluted and people just started saying incorrect things. And that got warped into Nilou is Lauma's best in slot. Where I think that Hyper Bloom was always pretty close behind, right? I mean, not even behind. It just was pretty much on par with Nilou. And if it was behind, it wasn't meaningfully behind. Like, 5k DPS... frankly, 5k DPS is not a difference. Genshin... There's so much stuff that can change in Genshin. When it comes to artifact quality, when it comes to talent levels, when it comes to weapon options, when it comes to... just actually playing the characters correctly. 5k DPS is not a difference in reality. It's a difference on sheets. But like that 5k DPS is going to move around a lot based on what is on your personal account. So if anybody ever said that Nilou was Lauma's best in slot, they were lying. They were lying. They had bad information. And they are someone who was not to be trusted. Or they were oversimplifying. Which is really not much better. I don't think Nilou is ever worth the pull. Just to get a team for Lauma. Is what I'm trying to say. And I don't think any reputable content creators would have said that. Fuck you and your teleporting ass. Fuck you. I adore my Nilou Bloom teams. Yeah, no, I did get Nilou that patch. Not because I thought she would be best in slot, but because I wanted Nilou. I had wanted Nilou for a pretty long time. I think it was circling during beta phases that Nilou was best in slot for Lauma. It was soon corrected. That yeah, that's what I'm addressing right now. Nilou was relevant for the patches she was on banner and the one patch with Lauma. Those were the same patch. Or are you talking about the past? Like her past reruns? We heal. We heal. Where the fuck did he go? There he is. We heal. Her release and her reruns. Okay, yeah. SNEZHNAYA just looks like Danganronpa right now. I want to frame that. I want to frame that fucking chat message and put it on my wall. Because I hate how right you are. Prune looks like a Danganronpa character. Oh my god, Prune looks like such a Danganronpa character. Is this why I like her? My heart calls out to her and says, please let me save you from this fucking school.
No,
Ah!
not yet.
This will brighten up the place.
And Kave was rumored to be best in slot for free-to-play Bloom teams. Like that... I think you guys are getting this mixed up. I think that this is... that you guys... like, there was good information at one point, and then it got siphoned through a bunch of people who didn't know what they were talking about, and it got turned into bad information. Because, previously, Bloom did a lot more self-damage, and it was a lot harder to stay alive in Bloom teams, so you kind of needed to run a pretty strong healer, and Lauma only made that more the case. I don't even know. How the fuck did she make that more the case? Because none of her Bloom buffs would deal damage to your on-fielders. But, like, there was a point before, during the Lauma beta, Bloom self-damage got nerfed. So there was a point where Kave, people were pretty up on Kave, because Kave was, like, the only unit who would fucking survive. He was one of the only units. Like, if you didn't have a Baiju, you just couldn't survive in Lauma Nilou Bloom teams. I made the course crit, but is that not? Is that not only to enemies? I thought that was only to enemies. Oh, I guess not. It just says they can score crits. So yeah, I guess that was it. Oh god, I do not have enough energy. Murder, 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 murder. Or C6 Yao Yao. Yeah. Baiju C6 Yao. I mean, also Kave was notable. I don't know if we knew it at the time, but Kave was a little bit notable because he was on Lauma Banner. Did we know that? Did they do the thing where they revealed the first phase banners like way earlier because they like were showing? I remember they revealed the first phase banners with the special program for Natlan because they were showing off the capturing radiance mechanic. So they were like, let's wish for Mualani, and then the capturing radiance mechanic happened, and we got to see that the 4 stars were what? It was Shinya and Kachina and some other motherfucker. A lot of changes during the beta, and some misinformation was corrected, and others were not. Yep, can't wait to see all the misinformation about Sandrone that gets cycled. Can't wait to see all that. Anyways, I think that is maybe a good place to end things. It's almost been 5.5 hours. I just fucked around the map, and I talked the entire time. You Claymore that bluffs Lunar Bloom or something? I mean the... what's it called? the Flameforge Insight is just a good weapon on him. I think that's what people were talking about. There's just always going to be misinformation. You're not streaming tomorrow, are you? Why? What would make you say that? You just say that all the time. Yeah, I'm still streaming tomorrow. Today's stream was the unscheduled stream. I'm sticking to the schedule. I'm going to try to do variety. We'll see how I feel. Who can we raid into? Is anybody live? Is anybody funny? Oh my god, Dorsal Fin is live. I didn't even realize. I never got notified. Do you want to do a Dorsal Fin raid? Are we doing a Dorsal Fin raid, guys? Thought it was Friday today? Yeah. It is Saturday. I think we have to do a Dorsal Fin raid. I can't believe she's been live for 3 hours and didn't even tell me. Viri has been live for 8 fucking hours.
Would you mind
I go to Dorsal anyways? Alright, we do it.
today's newspaper?
Thank you guys so much for coming. Oh wait, we gotta do the messages. Are any mods here? Are any mods here? I forget my own commands. Raid. New vid. YT, I think, is one of them. A Discord is one of them. No, it's YouTube, my bad. Or maybe it is YT. I don't fucking remember. But they're all my links. If you guys... You probably came from the YouTube, though. If anything, you most likely came from the YouTube. Let's get the fuck in there. Let's start this gosh dang raid.
Many ladies in the court
It just recommended that I raid XQC.
blanket lace fan, allowing them to
I thought he got banned off of Twitch.
with each flick of the wrist. It's quite
I eated the mods. I got all these mods for what? I think it's because I keep missing my moderator's messages. So they get mad at me and they leave. XQC notable Gacha streamer. Alright. Thanks for showing up. Bye-bye. Wait, did I miss any redeems? I didn't miss any redeems. Bye-bye, everybody. What is... People are still watching? What the hell happened? Did the raid not work? I'm gonna end. Go over there.